Chapter 221. Lu Yin's body turned into nothingness. He had chosen to dodge Lu Xiaoqiu's sword. This sword could shock even gods and ghosts. This was the 13 swords. Lu Yin stepped out of the void and stared at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. He had felt as if every cell in his body had trembled when facing that sword. It was not fear but rather excitement. This person was a true opponent that he could fight after the life or death calamity. Lu Yin did not hesitate to cover his body with 4-line battle force. Again. With a whoosh, Lu Yin tore through the void and used flash to appear in front of Lu Xiaoqiu. He pressed down with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was indifferent as he shifted to the side and his body suddenly disappeared. The sword slashed down and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. He instinctively dodged, but a huge spatial crack appeared where he had been standing. Following Lu Xiaoqiu's sword, Lu Yin extended his index finger, which flickered with deep purple battle force. He pointed at Lu Xiaoqiu's forehead. Lu Xiaoqiu's body moved with his sword, and his entire body swapped positions with Lu Yin. Both attacks missed at the same time back to back. One sword slashed through the void while the other pierced through the void. Two indescribably terrifying attacks extended outwards, splitting the entire arena plane in two. The battle had only lasted for an instant, but it had shocked countless people who had witnessed it. There was no need to mention Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords, but Lu Yin had actually been able to dodge the first one. This was something that many could not understand. If the 13 swords were so easy to dodge, then Qilian Day Knight and Kuang Wang would not have died. Lu Yin's speed was just enough to dodge the first sword. Atop the peak, Feng Shang was shocked. What speed? He tore through the void at extreme speed. His physical body's endurance is too high. This guy really hid his strength well. Dao Bo sighed in admiration. To be able to dodge the first sword and even send out an attack that Lu Xiaoqiu dodged, this junior is even more powerful than we imagined. Starsibyl's eyes flashed with a strange light, and her lips curled into an indescribable smile. It was not just them. Many of the Astral Combat Academy students were shocked as well. However, the sword sect was the most shocked. They had not expected someone to be able to dodge the first sword, let alone a melder. In the sword sect. How is this possible? How can someone at the same realm dodge the first sword? This person is so fast and his attacks are so fierce. Look, he condensed his battle force at his fingertips. This is something that can only be done with a profound understanding of 4-line battle force. That attack. Under the dusky Yo flag, the little girl clapped and cheered. Granny Du stared at the screen in shock. He actually dodged the 13 swords as a melder. What incredible speed. This kid isn't ordinary. The little girl was overjoyed. Grandma Du stopped praising Lu Xiaoqiu. Their sword sect has placed the 13 swords on too high a pedestal. In truth, it's not like there aren't any battle techniques in the universe that can rival or even surpass the 13 swords. Are you family? Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by the old woman. The old woman's face was pale and she looked at the little girl in horror. Little princess, don't speak nonsense. The little girl curled her lips and stopped talking. On the arena plains, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu turned around at the same time, less than 3 meters apart. Just as I thought, your strength really does amaze me. Lu Xiaoqiu was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Yin and unlike his previous calm demeanor, there was now a trace of battle intent in his eyes. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he felt an intense desire to fight. He hadn't used his full strength since the life or death calamity, and he was feeling suffocated. Let me experience the second sword. As you wish. Lu Xiaoqiu's tone was cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Let me remind you that no matter how fast you are, it's useless against the second sword. He then closed his eyes. To others, nothing had changed, but to Lu Xiaoqiu, the entire arena plains had transformed into a world of swords. This was a domain. The 13 swords had its own domain, and if one wanted to comprehend the second sword, they had to first comprehend a domain. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he glanced at his clothes. They didn't seem to have changed, but through his star energy he could sense that cracks had appeared. It wasn't just his clothes. His own skin, the ground, and even the heavens and earth were all showing signs of cracking. They couldn't withstand the pressure of the second sword. At the same time, the force that separated the arena plains from the outside began to distort. No matter how many battles had been fought, that force had never been shaken. Now, however, it was actually distorting. Many students were shocked and they subconsciously retreated. Atop the peak, Feng Shang and the rest had solemn expressions as they sensed danger. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He wanted to attack, but he couldn't sense any openings. Although Lu Xiaoqiu was standing there with his eyes closed and did not move, Lu Yin still felt like he couldn't attack. There were no openings in the 13 swords, even if Lu Xiaoqiu was just standing there. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqiu opened his eyes and stared at Lu Yin with a scorching gaze. "You're more interesting than I thought. You didn't even try to attack. Can you feel it?" Lu Yin remained calm. "Let me ask you a question. How many swords have you comprehended?" Everyone stared at Lu Xiaoqiu. It wasn't just Lu Yin who was curious. Everyone, including those from the sword sect, was curious. How many swords had Lu Xiaoqiu comprehended? Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes shone brightly. 3 swords. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines as if they had stepped on thin air. The first sword had been enough to kill a student leader from the Astral Combat Academy, and the second sword was at least comparable to the strongest student leader or even the entire Astral Combat Academy. What about the third sword? What about it? It was rumored that Lu Xiaoqiu had roamed the universe and injured an explorer, which should be true. Although there was only a single realm between the Limiter realm and the Explorer realm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many sentinels and melders could challenge powerhouses above their realms, but even Limiters could not challenge explorers. These were 2 different realms, and only the 10 arbiters had been able to surpass realms and crush explorers. Outside the plains, Lu Xiaoyun gripped the hilt of her sword with a look of disbelief. 3 swords, 3 swords. Really was 3 swords. She had guessed that Lu Xiaoqiu might have comprehended 3 swords, but now that her guess had been confirmed, she felt an unbearable pressure. She could at most rival the first sword, but she was powerless against the second sword. As for the third sword, she didn't even have the qualifications to force Lu Xiaoqiu to use it. This was the sword sex freak, a 10 arbiters candidate. On the other side, Kuang Wang was bitter. As the leader of Astral 5 and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master, he couldn't even force Lu Yin to use the second sword. It was too lamentable. He couldn't even compare to a junior melder. Wuda was so excited that he could barely contain himself. Lu Yin had indeed forced Lu Xiaoqiu to use the second sword and had even obtained such valuable information. Although what Lu Xiaoqiu had said might not be true, 3 swords should be enough. It was rumored that even the current 10 arbiters hadn't been able to comprehend more than the 10th sword. 3 swords. What a terrifying innate gift. Since that's the case, I shouldn't hide anything. I'll take the second sword head-on. Lu Yin raised his head and raised his right arm. There was a soft sound as the void trembled and rippled outwards. 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm. Not long ago, before Lu Yin had comprehended the 9th star, the combination of his battle force and the 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm had been his strongest attack. Now that he couldn't use the serious palm, he had increased his shockwave palm to 15-fold. At this moment, the muscles in his right arm let out a tearing sound. His right arm was about to reach its limit, and the purple of his 4-lined battle force was becoming increasingly deeper. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes blazed. Second sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the world darkened as an endless sword light covered the sky. This was the second sword of the 13 swords, and even if one stepped into the void, they would not be able to dodge it. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he struck out with his palm. An earth-shattering pressure swept out in all directions, causing the ground to shatter and the void to collapse. Streaks of sword chi pierced through the void, and even the peak where the student leaders of the various academies were located was affected. Feng Shang and the others all left the peak and appeared outside the plains. The first layer of energy that the mentors had set up could not last for more than 5 seconds before it was torn apart. Only the second layer of energy remained. No one could clearly see the battle taking place on the plains as the void was already distorted, making it impossible to display a complete image. Everyone could only see the distorted spatial cracks on their screens. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned serious. The exchange between the two was definitely enough to threaten her. Lu Xiaoqiu was one thing, but how could that student from Astral 10 compete with the second sword? This was something that the sword sect could not understand as well. The second sword had easily torn through the void, and even an Astral Combat Academy student leader would be instantly annihilated. However, from the current situation on the plains, it seemed that Astral 10's student leader was still alive. Lu Yin could clearly feel the might of the second sword, and the terrifying sharpness that was omnipresent was enough to tear anyone to shreds. This reminded him of the Tao of Purgatory's Blackwater Lake inheritance and the whirlpool that had appeared. It was a pity that Zhou Xian could not even display 1% of that whirlpool's power. Otherwise she would not have been so easily defeated by Sharon. At this moment, the second sword that Lu Yin was facing was about as powerful as that whirlpool. If not for his 4-line battle force, he would have been injured even if he could withstand it with his physical body alone. As the ripples swept through the entire arena plains, the nearby peak was directly pulverized and the ground turned into dust. The entire arena plains no longer existed. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu stood facing each other within 100 meters of each other. Lu Xiaoqiu's white robes were spotless, and he held his star energy sword as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin panted heavily as his right arm trembled. The 15-fold shockwave palm was something that only a space-exploring powerhouse's physical body could withstand. Coupled with 9 stacks, even Lu Yin's body could not withstand it. Fortunately, he had been able to block the second sword. Everyone was silent as they stared at Lu Yin as if they were looking at a monster. This person had actually managed to block the second sword. Astral 5's leader had not even been able to block the first sword before he had been killed. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to do this. Wu Da's mouth hung open in a daze, but then a thought flashed through his mind as he thought of the biggest headline in the Academy newspaper. The decisive battle begins early. In San Daoist, the city in the sky, Wendy Yushan and Puyu were both silent as they watched on in shock. Under the dusky flag, the little girl clapped her hands happily. Well done, Grandma Du. Look, he didn't lose. The old woman was shocked. There's actually a mortal who can block the second sword. But that's it. The third sword can instantly kill him. The little girl pouted. The arena plains no longer had any plains. The ground had been reduced to dust and had sunk dozens of meters. The two hovered in midair as they stared at each other. Lu Xiaoqiu sighed. You really didn't disappoint me. Among those in the same realm, you're the first to force me to use the third sword. Lu Yin swung his right arm. Honestly, your second sword was really terrifying. I couldn't even block it with my 4-line battle force. As expected of the 13 swords. If I could, I'd really like to fight you in real life. Chapter 222. Lu Xiaoqiu nodded. I also hope to fight you in real life. Let's make a promise. If you can block the third sword, we'll both break through to the Limiter realm and challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. How does that sound? Lu Yin laughed. Alright, I've always wanted to experience the top 100 strongest youths in the universe. It'll definitely be fun to challenge a genius from the sword sect at the same time. Lu Xiaoqiu smiled. But that's only if you can block the third sword. He then calmed down and a strange light flashed in his eyes. His star energy turned into a shockwave that spread out from his body. His star energy had no color, but it was like sword chi that soared into the sky and suppressed the entire arena plains. The ground trembled as countless specks of dust floated into the air and were immediately destroyed. Outside the plains, many students looked down at the ground and saw dust fill the sky. At this moment they had a feeling that even if the mentors tried to block it, they would not be able to block Lu Xiaoqiu's killing strike. This was the third sword. Within the Astral Combat Academy, many mentors were shocked. It's been a while since I've seen the third sword. That student is done for. It's a pity that the third sword is a domain that these students can't touch. Normal students can't block it at all. Perhaps only Starsabil can. Night Queen Yanqing can as well. Don't forget that the Day-Night clan's battle techniques have more or less incorporated that kind of power. It's useless. This is the sword sect's 13 swords. Being able to comprehend the third sword proves that this child already has the ability to match it. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to display the third sword. The Night King clan is very strong, but it's difficult for them to face the third sword. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword slashed down and just like the first sword no one knew what had happened. Only Lu Yin could sense that an invisible attack had fiercely shaken him. This power was very familiar as it suppressed one's spiritual force. The Day-Night clan's battle techniques and the Sand Ocean's second layer all had this kind of suppressive power, but it was still far inferior to the third sword. Regardless of whether it was the Day-Night Clan's battle techniques or the Sand Ocean's second layer, this kind of spiritual force suppression was invisible and did not pose any threat. However, Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword had used this power to form an invisible slash that directly targeted a person's spiritual force. Lu Yin did not know whether it was spiritual force or not, as the elder from Driftcharge Planet had said that a person's body and their spiritual force. Lu Yin did not know if it was spiritual force or not. Driftcharge, the elder from Driftcharge's spiritual force. Lu Xiaoqiu sheathed his sword. It was over. Even a Peaklometer or even an explorer might not be able to completely block this attack, let alone a melder. Back then Lu Xiaoqiu had relied on the third sword to severely injure an explorer. In the entire Astral Combat Academy, perhaps only Starsabil could withstand this attack. Lu Yin feigned ignorance. What did you do? Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils shrank and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. He had never been so surprised since he had inherited the 13 swords. It wasn't just Lu Xiaoqiu, even the Academy's mentors were shocked. The Sword Sect seniors in front of the screen, Granny Du under the Yo banner and many others stared at Lu Yin in shock. They understood the third sword, which was why they were so surprised. How had Lu Yin managed to block it? If this had happened before Driftcharge Planet Samsara, Lu Yin definitely would not have been able to block the third sword and would have died long ago. But on Driftcharge Planet he had memorized the strange ancient text on the stone walls. At first he had only been able to memorize it for 20 minutes before fainting, but now he could memorize it for an hour. Although he was still far from being able to memorize the entire text, his spiritual force had become much more resilient. The elder had said that if he could one day memorize the entire text, no one below the hunter realm would be able to harm his spiritual force. Lu Yin had not believed the elder at first and had thought that the elder was just encouraging him. But now he was convinced. The third sword had only shaken him slightly and it was still far from harming him. Lu Xiaoqiu's attack had been ineffective against him. Lu Xiaoqiu stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How is this possible? You're actually immune to the third sword. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You finished your attack. It's my turn now. He then flashed in front of Lu Xiaoqiu and pressed down with a single palm, unleashing a 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm. This was a terrifying attack that could rival the second sword, and Lu Xiaoqiu had no choice but to raise his sword and use the second sword. Boundless sword light covered the sky above the plains once more, and the terrifying attack caused the void to shatter. Countless people watched in a daze as Lu Yin flashed through the sky while Lu Xiaoqiu's body followed his sword. The two constantly clashed in the air, emitting blinding lights that were accompanied by giant spatial tears that tore into the distance. Suddenly, while the two were fighting, 2 blurry shadows appeared from their bodies and charged into the distance. They were war spirits. War tigers were formed from the battle projections of powerhouses in the trial zones. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would personally witness the birth of his own war spirit. Many students felt their scalps go numb. Quick, get rid of those 2 war spirits. Otherwise, anyone who touches them will die. Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoqiu's war spirits were too terrifying for the students of the Astral Combat Academy. Even realm masters were not confident of winning against them. No, it was almost impossible. Only Starsabil, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing and a few others could withstand them. Unfortunately, the war spirits were too fast and they disappeared into the distance. Bang! The two exchanged blows and separated at the same time. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqiu was no longer as carefree as he had been at the start of the battle. He was also panting heavily, and the hand that gripped his sword trembled. Lu Yin's attack was not that easy to block. Lu Yin was not having a good time either, and bloody scars had appeared all over his body. Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword and second sword attacks were hard to defend against, and each attack was enough to kill a student leader like Quang Wang. Lu Yin had almost been heavily injured several times and it was too dangerous. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe watched nervously. This battle had been the most intense battle of the Astral Combat Tournament so far. Even though they could not understand it on several occasions, it did not stop them from feeling its terror. Even the peaks that supported the student leaders had been destroyed, and one of the energy barriers that the mentors had set up had been destroyed. The 4-lined battle force around Lu Yin's body gradually dimmed, but Lu Xiaoqiu had used the third sword, so it was impossible for him to not be affected. His pale face showed that he was not having a good time either. However, Lu Xiaoqiu smiled happily. He was a melder, but he had no opponents within the same realm. Very few people could understand this feeling. He had participated in the astral combat tournament to find an opponent, and he had thought that it would be Star Sibyl Han Chong or Night Queen Yanqing. However, Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere and was immune to the third sword. This was too interesting. Lu Yin's head hurt. He wanted to end the battle, but Lu Xiaoqiu was not that easy to defeat. It looks like it won't be that easy to beat you. I'll have to use the fourth sword, Lu Xiaoqiu said calmly as his smile faded. His words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. The fourth sword? He had comprehended the fourth sword? Lu Xiaoyin's face paled. Impossible. How could a melder have comprehended the fourth sword? Star Sibyl and the others' expressions changed. Silver's eyes widened. That's impossible. Xiao Luo's smile disappeared as well. Coco covered her mouth. Everyone was shocked by Lu Xiaoqiu's words. Lu Yin raised his brows. You've comprehended the fourth sword? Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze landed on his sword. Not yet, but I can try. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his expression turned exceptionally solemn. From the first 3 swords he could feel the power of the 13 swords. The sword sect had dominated the universe with only the 13 swords, but they had become the emperors of the sword. Any one of the swords was invincible. If Lu Xiaoqiu really could use the fourth sword, then Lu Yin would be in trouble. A gust of wind blew past, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the ruined plains. Lu Xiaoqiu raised his sword and slowly rotated it, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock. These weren't afterimages created by the sword's extreme speed. Instead, it was more like the sword had been frozen in place. The void. Lu Yin did not wait and used flash to appear beside Lu Xiaoqiu. He then raised his palm and pressed down. Lu Xiaoqiu's sword moved horizontally, and one of the afterimages that had been frozen in the void slashed out with the first sword. The moment Lu Yin's palm descended, he suddenly struck to the right. His body shifted to the side and his legs swept out. Lu Xiaoqiu had not expected Lu Yin to suddenly change his attack. He had exchanged dozens of blows with Lu Yin, and Lu Xiaoqiu was caught off guard by Lu Yin's sudden change in attack. He was only a split second slower, and Lu Yin's kick landed on his abdomen, sending his body crashing to the ground. Lu Yin followed closely behind and struck out with both palms. He endured the extreme pain in his arms as he used the 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm. The ground caved in once more and a huge crack extended from the surface of the ground to the outside of the plains. Along the crack, a powerful 4-lined battle force erupted. Underground, Lu Xiaoqiu knelt on one knee with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had relied on the afterimages of his sword to block Lu Yin's attack. When his sword spun and pointed upwards, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up. In an instant, an indescribable sense of danger swept through the plains. This was the fourth sword. Everyone seemed to see a sword coming from the west. This sword was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Star Sibyl and the rest stared at the ground, as this sword would determine the final victor. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword shattered. Lu Xiaoqiu's pupils shrank as Lu Yin's palm pressed down from above his head. The ground trembled once more as Lu Xiaoqiu disappeared from the life-seek realm. Lu Yin had won this battle. Everyone was silent as no one had expected Lu Yin to win before the start of the battle. His opponent was Lu Xiaoqiu, a freak from the sword sect. Everyone stared at Lu Yin in a daze, their minds blank. In front of their screens, the Earthlings cheered as Lu Yin advanced to the top 8. Countless people in the Great Yu Empire were celebrating as well. In the entire Great Yu Empire, there were very few people who could understand the meaning of this battle. Only powerhouses like Undying Yushan and Huqing Shan, who had entered the Innerverse before, could understand the significance of this battle. They also understood how shocking Lu Yin's victory was. From this moment onwards, Lu Yin's name would shake the heavens. Xueshan Anna trembled with excitement, and he looked at Jenny Anna as if she were a precious treasure. He could already foresee Lu Yin's future glory. This person would definitely not be in the Outerverse in the future, as he had just defeated one of the top geniuses in the Innerverse. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's lips curled up as she turned to leave. Puyu stood in place and clenched his fists as he stared at the man on the screen. This person was definitely going to be a great threat to him. Chapter 223. In the Innerverse, in the Sword Sect, the disciple who had reported to the sect master was pale. Who would have thought that Lu Xiaoqiu would be defeated? Lu Xiaoqiu had even used the third sword, but he had still been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a melder, which was unimaginable and a violation of the rules. Behind everyone, an old man in white robes faced the screen with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He's actually immune to Xiaoqiu's third sword. What an interesting child. Send a message to Astral 10. The Sword Sect is willing to accept this child as a direct disciple with the same status as Xiaoqiu. Countless Sword Sect disciples were shocked. Direct disciples had the highest status among the disciples, and they could command countless people in the sect. Lu Xiaoqiu's status was second only to that of the 10 arbiters, and there weren't many people like him in the first flow zone. This child had used a single battle to climb to the top and become the crown prince of the Innerverse first flow zone. Under the dusky Yo banner, the little girl clapped her hands excitedly and looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. The shock in the old woman's eyes had yet to dissipate. Immortal had stepped into the heavens. In Astral 10's space station, Madame Naylan was in a daze. She didn't even realize that the wine in her cup had spilled as she stared at the screen in shock. She recalled the first time they had met, when she had mentioned Lu Xiaoqiu's legend to Lu Yin. At that time she had only wanted him to not be dispirited by his loss and focus on studying lock breaking. She had never expected that this person would defeat Lu Xiaoqiu in the blink of an eye. How long had it been? Lu Yin's victory over Lu Xiaoqiu had shocked the outside world far more than that. He also did not know that this battle had caught the attention of the 10 arbiters. Regardless of how shocked the bystanders were, the 6th battle had ended and the top 8 had emerged. They were Dao Bo, Lu Xiaoyun, Han Chong, Grandine Mavis, Starsabil, Feng Shang, Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Yin. These 8 were the strongest of this year's Astral Combat Academy, and the 7th battle would begin in a day to determine the top 4. The finals of the tournament were getting closer and closer. It was worth mentioning that all of the geniuses who had recently joined the Astral Combat Academy had been defeated without exception. Before the Astral Combat Tournament, countless people had guessed that the original students of the Astral Combat Academy would be targeted by the various freaks such as Lu Xiaoqiu, Yu Xianzi, Chao Ji, Calcifer, Songshi, and so on. A series of geniuses had appeared one after another, but they had all been defeated. As time went on, the ones who had displayed even greater strength were the students who had been hiding in the Astral Combat Academy, such as Xia, Xia Luo, Silver, Lu Yin, Grandine Mavis, and Tu Bo. This result shocked all of the major powers in the universe. Although the Astral Combat Academy was known as the universe's top institution, it was still only an academy. Many of the major powers did not send their elite disciples to the Astral Combat Academy, as they believed that the academy's teachings were not as good as theirs. However, this result had slapped those people in the face. There were too many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy, and they were all too monstrous. Even Lu Xiaoqiu, who was publicly recognized as the strongest, had been defeated. The Astral Combat Academy was very satisfied with this tournament. Although they had purposely separated the student leaders and prevented them from killing each other, everyone could see that the various student leaders were more than enough to crush the geniuses from the various great powers. It was foreseeable that after this tournament, many powers would place more importance on the Astral Combat Academy, and they would send even more outstanding disciples there. At the border of the erudite flow zone, Shui Chuanxiao was shocked as he watched the screen. He praised, "Not bad, not bad. The Astral Combat Academy is really not bad. They actually managed to train a student who defeated Lu Xiaoqiu from the Sword Sect. Not bad. Right, when he comes, let him become a war drummer." Behind Shui Chuanxiao, a blonde woman in a military uniform immediately said, "The war drummer must be a space-exploring powerhouse. Otherwise, they won't be able to pick up the attack hammer, and they won't be able to withstand the attacks of the astral beasts. He's immune to the third sword, so he's qualified to wield the attack hammer," Shui Chuanxiao replied nonchalantly. The blonde woman frowned. "Commander, I have to remind you that our agreement with the Astral Combat Academy was only to let these students experience the cruelty of the battlefield, not to send them to their deaths. Ever since you arrived at the border, a total of 127 war drummers have died, which is 127 space-exploring powerhouses. This student is far from being qualified to become a war drummer." You're sending him to his death. Shui Chuanxiao sighed. I say, Enya, I didn't call you here to go against me. Enya coldly replied, I'm not going against you. I just don't want to see this student die in vain. Shui Chuanxiao laughed. Alright, then let me tell you something. Do you really think that the Astral Combat Academy is sending these students to the battlefield just to experience it? Let me tell you something. The Astral Combat Academy is about to change. Change? Enya was confused. Shui Chuanxiao's lips curled up. The Astral Combat Academy has been the top academy for too long, and it can only fall and not rise. As time passes, the 10 academies will drift further and further apart, and they might even completely separate and form independent academies. Astral 10's ambush by the Blaze Realm is the best example of this. That's why the Astral Combat Academy wants to send their students to the battlefield so that they can preserve their lives as much as possible at the borders of the star field. They're also starting to change, and they're interacting with the military to form a top academy that sends talents to the border. Why? And you did not understand. Even if the Astral Combat Academy wanted the students to experience the battlefield in advance, there was no need for them to ally with the border army. Shui Chuanxiao sighed. Do you know how high the mortality rate is for students who graduate from the universe's top academies? Let me tell you something. Shui Chuanxiao stared into Enya's eyes. There's a 90% chance that those students will die at the border. Enya was shocked. She had never heard of such a thing before. Now you know. There are very few graduates from the Astral Combat Academy, but regardless of whether they've graduated or been expelled, they'll all come to the border. Less than 10% of them will return alive, and it's the same for the other academies. This is the fate of the students. Even if they don't enter the Astral Combat Academy, they'll still have to go to the border if they want to gain some experience in the universe and become stronger. This includes the descendants of the various great powers, and this is the law of the entire human domain. The Astral Combat Academy's transformation is inevitable in order to preserve the lives of these students as much as possible. Protecting the students is also protecting the Astral Combat Academy itself, so it's necessary to let them experience the battlefield in advance. Shui Chuanxiao paused and patted Enya's shoulder. Yes, Enya replied and respectfully watched Shui Chuanxiao leave. Suddenly she felt that something was amiss. What did the Astral Combat Academy's transformation have to do with this student becoming a war drummer? That bastard was playing with her again. At Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Lu Yin opened his eyes and stretched. The others gathered around him once more. Brother Lu, you're amazing. Coco exclaimed in admiration. Lu Yin smiled and swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing on Hui Day Knight's face for a moment. Hui Day Knight awkwardly turned his head away. Silver beamed as he walked up to Lu Yin. You're amazing. You're barely on par with me when I used 30% of my strength. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, I only used 20% of my strength. I only used 10% of my strength to defeat that guy with 3 swords. I didn't even use 10%. Everyone else was bewildered. At that moment Lu Xiaoyun walked over and the crowd unconsciously made way for her. She looked at Lu Yin seriously, her eyes still filled with disbelief. How was the first strike? Lu Yin thought for a moment. It was swift and fierce. What about the second strike? Lu Xiaoyun continued to ask. Lu Yin blurted out, it covered a large area and had a strong attack. Then what about the third strike? Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled back at her. Lu Xiaoyun was disappointed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Lu Yin smiled. Madame Nayland saved my life, so I can tell you about the third strike. He paused for a moment as everyone stared at him. I didn't feel anything from the third strike. Everyone else was stunned as they didn't understand. Only Lu Xiaoyun stared at Lu Yin in a daze and bitterly said, so there really are geniuses like you in this universe who are immune to the third strike. You might be the Day Knight clan's nemesis. This shocked Hui Day Knight and he turned to look at Lu Yin in confusion. Why would he be immune to the third strike of the Sword Sect, be the Day Knight clan's nemesis? Lu Yin knew what Lu Xiaoyun meant. The Day Knight clan's battle techniques all had the same spirit-destroying effect as the third strike. If Lu Yin was truly immune to spirit-destroying attacks, then the Day Knight clan's battle techniques would just be ordinary techniques to him. Of course, even though he knew this, he didn't show it. He just looked at Lu Xiaoyun in confusion. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Lu Yin deeply. Be careful of the Night King clan. She then turned and left. Lu Yin exhaled. Perhaps he had made a mistake, as he shouldn't have been completely ineffective against Lu Xiaoqiu's third strike. If even Lu Xiaoyan thought that he was the Day-Night clan's nemesis, then what about the Day-Night clan itself? He couldn't help but recall the scene when he had first entered the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor and the name at the top of the stone tablet outside. Night King Zhenwu. He had a feeling that this was a mountain that he had to cross. Just as Lu Yin was about to rest, his expression changed. He walked out of the Trial Zone mountain and arrived at the Trial Zone entrance, where he bowed respectfully to the Trial Master. Mentor, you were looking for me? The Trial Master opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise appeared on his aged face. You were able to defeat an inheritor of the Sword Sect's 13 swords. Kid, you're quite astonishing. Lu Yin modestly replied, I was just lucky. He wasn't able to use the fourth strike. The Trial Master smiled and shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't able to use it, but that you destroyed it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Trial Master looked at Lu Yin seriously. When you attacked him, you deliberately destroyed the iron sword that he created with his star energy, but you didn't completely destroy it. You were waiting for the moment when the iron sword couldn't withstand his strength and would disrupt his aura, which would then allow you to deal the fatal blow. Am I right? Lu Yin smiled. I can't hide anything from you, mentor. The Trial Master smiled. Kid, you're very smart. Not only did you do that during the battle, but you also didn't reveal that technique. Lu Yin's heart trembled. He had long since guessed that these mentors would be able to see through the serious art. The Rain Master and Sand Master had both vaguely mentioned it before, and the crazy Headmaster had even helped him simulate the 9th star. However, this was the first time that the Trial Master had mentioned it, and he had even mentioned it directly. Please give me some pointers, mentor. The Trial Master looked at Lu Yin seriously. I don't know where you obtained this technique, but regardless of whether it's the right or wrong path, it has nothing to do with us. I just want to remind you that this technique came from an extremely terrifying sect. That sect's strength is even greater than the sword sect's. Chapter 224. Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that the serious technique was not simple, but it had actually surpassed the sword sect. The sword sect was the sect at the helm of the Innerverse #1 flow zone and could be considered the strongest sect in the human domain. What sect could surpass it? The average person cannot see the serious technique, but through the live broadcast, there will definitely be people in the entire universe who will discover traces of this technique. You did the right thing by not revealing it, but the next few opponents you will face will all be very powerful. You will have to make a choice beforehand. Do you want to reveal this technique and fight for your chance of victory, or do you want to keep it hidden and fight head-on? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had considered this question before, but he had not come to a decision. Mentor, what will happen if that sect discovers that I know this technique? The Trial Master's lips curled up. You want to know if Astral 10 will protect you? Lu Yin felt awkward. The Trial Master continued, I can tell you that Astral 10 will definitely protect you. Not just Astral 10, but the entire Astral Combat Academy will protect you. Lu Yin relaxed. It's good. But they definitely won't be able to protect you. The Trial Master changed the topic and spoke in a strange tone. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at the Trial Master, not knowing what to say. That sect is called the Serious Sect, and it's one of the strongest sects in the entire human domain. You've experienced the power of the Serious technique, so you should understand how terrifying it is. Who do you think can stop it? Any random elder from that sect can sweep through the Innerverse and Outerverse, so don't expect anyone to protect you, the Trial Master said casually. Lu Yin was helpless. I understand, mentor. I won't reveal this technique. The Trial Master looked at Lu Yin and raised a finger. Next match. As long as you don't reveal it in the next match, you don't have to worry. What? Lu Yin was confused. The Trial Master closed his eyes and began to rest. Lu Yin was confused. What was so special about the next match? He did not understand, but he shook his head and did not think too much about it. He stepped into the Trial Zone mountain and waited for the 7th match to draw lots. At the same time, in Astral 3, Night Queen Yanqing was bowing to the young man on the screen, not even daring to raise her head. Remember, think of a way to deal with that, Lu Yin. Someone who is immune to the sword sect's 3rd sword should not exist. I've already spoken to those old fellows from the Astral Combat Academy. Your next opponent's next match. Night Queen Yanqing firmly replied, yes. Are you confident? The man asked Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. I've already cultivated the Night King's body, so he'll definitely lose. The man nodded in satisfaction. The Sword Sect's third sword deals extreme damage to one's mind, while the Night King's body deals extreme damage to one's physical body. He might be immune to the third sword, but he won't be able to resist the Night King's body. The next battle will be the final battle, and I want you to beat him until his mind collapses. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists. Yes. Soon the 7th round of the drawing of lots was about to begin. The plains were restored once again, and even the peak was perfectly reconstructed. However, it was not within the plains but outside the plains. The battle below was too intense, and destroying the plains was a common occurrence. The mentors were not stupid. What's the point of having that peak? It's an eyesore. Some students were dissatisfied. Someone beside him said, that's a benchmark. Only the winner can climb up. This is an example that the Academy has set up for all the students, and it's also for the countless people in the universe to see. To put it bluntly, he's just showing off. Big Pow popped out of nowhere and interjected. On the peak, one figure after another appeared. Of the top 8, aside from Grand Ini Mavis, the rest were all student leaders from their respective academies. So many genius powerhouses had appeared, but 7 of the 10 student leaders had remained. The Astral Combat Academy was very satisfied with this result. Of course, the inevitable battles between the student leaders were about to begin. The first battle was between Starsabil and Feng Shang. When Feng Shang saw that his opponent was Starsabil, his face immediately turned bitter. He had plenty of battle experience and he was not afraid of anyone. He even dared to fight Lu Xiaoqiu, but he did not know where to begin against Starsabil, as he had no idea how to attack her. Starsabil smiled at Feng Shang. I don't recall that we've ever fought before. This is our first time. Feng Shang was speechless. If I'd known that I would be facing you in this battle, I would have pestered you for 10 or even 100 rounds. Starsabil smiled. Battle experience is useless against me because my attack is based on divination and seeing the future. Feng Shang rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would believe that. Soon the battle between the two began on the arena plains. Lu Yin and the rest stared at the arena below, all of them looking at Starsabil. What secrets did her attack hold? Not long after, everyone was shocked to see that all of Feng Shang's attacks had missed. Even if he used his domain to cover the entire arena plains in an attempt to suppress Starsabil, it was useless. Starsabil really seemed to be able to predict the future, and she was always able to dodge his attacks before he did, causing his attacks to miss. Not long after, Feng Shang's face paled. Starsabil was clearly right in front of him, but he could not hit her. This feeling was so stifling that he wanted to vomit blood. Hey, can't you just hit me twice? Feng Shang could not help but shout. Starsabil smiled. Sure. She then fluttered towards Feng Shang. Feng Shang pressed down with his palm. Whirlwind Slash, which had defeated Sha. Now that he was facing Starsabil, Feng Shang did not hold back at all. He slapped out with his palm and a spinning wind blade tore through the void in an all-encompassing attack. However, the result was still the same. The wind blade pierced through Starsabil and landed on the ground, creating a giant crater in the arena plains. It's not over yet. Feng Shang flipped his hand and sent out another palm. This time there was not just one whirlwind slash. There was another in his palm. However, Starsabil still managed to dodge it. This time, however, she did not completely avoid it. Instead, she brushed past Feng Shang. The arena fell silent as everyone stared in shock at Feng Shang's slowly dissipating body. A chill ran down their spines. Just how had she attacked? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he still could not understand. This woman was not fast, but she had been able to easily dodge Feng Shang's extremely fast attack. He had clearly not seen her attack method, but she had still been able to instantly kill Feng Shang. What was going on? Han Chong and Night Queen Yanqing were similarly puzzled. Starsabil was just too mysterious. Outside the arena plains, Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes flickered as he stared at Starsabil. Out of all the students, he was the only one who had felt a trace of an attack intent. It was very similar to the third swords, but it was even more obscure. It was no wonder why the Sword Sect's headmaster had said that Lu Xiaoqiu's main opponent in the Astral Combat Tournament would be Starsabil. This woman was definitely the best opponent for the third sword. It was a pity that Lu Yin had appeared out of nowhere. As he thought about this, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze swept towards Gao Feng. Lu Yin frowned, but he suddenly felt Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze on him. He turned around and the two stared at each other. In that instant, Lu Yin seemed to have thought of something and he looked back at Starsabil. Could her attack be similar to the third sword? Starsabil returned to her seat on the high peak and smiled at the crowd. She appeared very mysterious. Lu Yin retracted his thoughts as it was possible. That spiritual force attack was invisible and formless. Based on Starsabil's mysteriousness, it was possible for her to use such a move. It was both useful and grand. It was a pity that Lu Yin only knew the day-night punch, which was not very useful. Soon the second opponent appeared, Han Chong and Lu Xiaoyan. Han Chong was also very mysterious and his battle with Xia Yi was especially puzzling. Hua Hua's battle style was clearly very gentle, but it had become unfathomable. Many people looked at Lu Xiaoyan as they did not know how far she could push Han Chong. At this point in the competition, everyone's bottom line is pretty much clear. You're not my opponent, Han Chong said calmly on the arena plains. Lu Xiaoyan gripped her sword hilt tightly. At the very least we need to know the difference in strength. Han Chong casually waved his hand. Everyone calls me the art saint, so I'll paint a vast landscape for you to destroy. He then used his star energy to draw a picture in front of him. Mountains, rivers, forests, thatched cottages, and more formed a landscape painting that used star energy as ink. Lu Xiaoyan gripped her sword hilt tightly, and a shockwave spread out from beneath her feet that gradually covered the entire arena plains. This was her domain, a world of the sword, and her attack range covered the entire arena plains. Han Chong's landscape painting grew wider and wider until it also covered the entire arena plains. As the endless rain of swords rained down, countless cracks appeared in the void as they collided with the landscape painting. The scene before everyone's eyes warped, and even though the void had been shattered, the landscape painting was still able to hold it in place, blocking the countless spatial cracks. This scene was quite spectacular, as the attack that covered the entire arena plains was enough to easily crush an area master. In an instant the arena plains that had been repaired shattered once again. Lu Yin frowned. Lu Xiaoyan's attack range was very large and she was trying to use it to make up for the difference in speed. Unfortunately her attacks were too scattered, and while each attack was enough to instantly kill an area master, they were not strong enough to seriously injure a realm master. This kind of power could not even compare to Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword. It was no wonder why she was so far away from the sword sect. Although she was Lu Xiaoqiu's older sister, everyone in the sword sect would compare her to Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu frowned as well, as this endless rain of swords made him feel rather uncomfortable. This sister of his had chosen the wrong path. Suddenly Lu Xiaoyan slashed at Han Chong. Many people suddenly thought of Tu Bo, who had been instantly killed by this attack. This attack was an imitation of the 13 swords. Han Chong's eyes flashed and he waved a hand, summoning a tall mountain from the landscape painting. It was instantly split apart, but Lu Xiaoyan's attack was also cancelled out. Not a bad attack, but it's useless against me, Han Chong commented. Lu Xiaoyan sheathed her sword. I've lost. With that she left the Life-Seek realm. She had used all of her strength, but Han Chong had not done much. The difference between them was obvious. In the first two battles 2 academy leaders had been defeated, and the third battle was between Grand Ini Mavis and Dao Bo. Many people looked towards the peak where there were only 2 people left, Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing. The scene was very similar to the previous battle and Lu Yin was also in the last battle. Night Queen Yanqing was not surprised as that person had already informed her of the outcome. She had also analyzed Lu Yin's power level and simulated it multiple times, and she was certain to win. Lu Yin glanced at Night Queen Yanqing. Was this a coincidence? He had actually gone up against someone from the Night King clan. Lu Xiaoyan had warned him to be careful of the Night King clan. Could this be a test? Chapter 225. On the plains, Grand Ini Mavis clenched her fists. Her green robes were very eye-catching. Dao Bo felt helpless. Of all the opponents, the Mavis family was the last person he wanted to face. He was a lock breaker, and his control and understanding of star energy surpassed everyone else. He was confident that he could even put up a fight against Han Chong, but the Mavis family was an exception. They relied purely on brute strength, and their strange strength made it impossible for Dao Bo to unleash his full strength. Outside the plains, many of the Academy's lockbreakers sighed. Dao Bo's strength was undeniable, and he had even defeated Mira, who had been in the same batch as him. He was a monster, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. The Mavis family could be considered the nemesis of lockbreakers. Bring it on. Grandine shouted loudly as she punched Dao Bo. Dao Bo was speechless. He did not like this sort of opening speech. It would have been great if he could have fought against Xiao Luo, as it would have been a battle between two civilized people. It would have been very elegant, but this woman in front of him made him feel as if he had returned to the wilderness. He hurriedly dodged, but a huge crater appeared where he had been standing. Several loud booms followed as the crater grew larger and larger, and a shockwave even swept towards him. Dao Bo sighed. When his feet touched the ground, the entire world changed, turning into a silver-gray color. Terrifying undulations swept through the plains as he used his domain to suppress Grandine. Within his domain, Grandine's every move was being monitored by Dao Bo. The strength of her punches, the trajectory of her movements, and even the direction in which she dodged could not be hidden from Dao Bo. If Grandine wanted to defeat Dao Bo with her current strength, it would be impossible. Fortunately, she had battle force. The next moment, a tyrannical purple battle force soared into the sky, shocking everyone. It was 4-line battle force. Dao Bo looked at Grandine's eyes that were filled with battle intent and felt rather helpless. He raised a hand and admitted defeat. Grandine was just about to charge over and fight when she was choked by Dao Bo. He was furious. Are you a man? Why are you admitting defeat so quickly? Dao Bo sighed. The Mavis family has comprehended 4-line battle force, so my attacks cannot break through their defenses. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me either. Your attacks cannot even touch me. Then why are you admitting defeat? Grandine was dissatisfied and eager to fight. Dao Bo was helpless. Neither of us can win against the other. A man does not fight with a woman. I admit defeat. You're looking down on women? You're courting death. Grandine charged forward once more, punching him in the face. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. This scene was very familiar. Back during Astral 10's freshman tournament, Lulu had beaten Shits up like this and forced him to apologize to her. Dao Bo immediately left the Life-Seek realm, causing Grandine's punch to miss. She felt very uncomfortable. Although she appeared to be more refined than Lulu on the surface, the Mavis family would never be able to change some of their bad habits, such as their belligerence. As she thought about it, Grandine's gaze swept over the peak, and when she looked at Lu Yin, her purple battle force became even more vigorous. Lu Yin laughed, stood up and looked at Night Queen Yanqing. It's our turn. Night Queen Yanqing stood up and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Let me remind you that it's best if you don't admit defeat. Otherwise, the Night King clan will teach you the meaning of despair. Lu Yin's smile faded and his tone turned icy. Is that so? It seems like you're targeting me. The Night King clan doesn't need to target anyone. It's hard to find an opponent who's qualified to be crushed by me. I just don't want this to end too quickly. Night Queen Yanqing took a step forward and appeared on the plains. Lu Yin's expression darkened. The Night King clan, the Night King clan. This clan had been involved with him from the very beginning. Earth's Qingyu, Umbral Butterfly Weaves Shui Day Night, Astral 10's Hui Day Night, and now Night Queen Yanqing. He really did have some fate with this clan. Brother Lu, don't mind her. That's just her temper. She's a woman, and there will always be a few days when she feels uncomfortable. Feng Shang appeared and shamelessly sat on the peak. The other defeated academy leaders had not returned. He was the only one who had. Starsabil looked at Feng Shang. What did you say? Feng Shang was embarrassed. Well, I didn't say anything, huh? Starsabil looked at Lu Yin, but she did not say anything. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared on the plains, facing Night Queen Yanqing. Many people believed that the champion of this astral combat tournament would be decided, but in reality this was already the final battle and only a few people knew about it. If the sword sex Lu Xiaoqia was not very famous, then the Night King clan was different. Their signature black and white hair with a strand of gray in the center was the Night King clan, the most powerful clan in the entire universe. Regardless of whether it was the outer verse or the inner verse, the Day-Night clan was extremely terrifying and had countless legends. In the Great Yu Empire, Hu Shaoling, Jenny Anna, Geraldine, Jerlin, Eddie, and the others who had fought against Qingyu all stared with wide eyes. The final battle on Earth was still fresh in their minds, and Qingyu's strength had shocked everyone. Back then it had been Lu Yin who had defeated him, and the process had been extremely difficult. No one had expected Lu Yin to face this clan again in the blink of an eye. Night Queen Yanqing was not Qingyu. Qingyu had climbed up the ranks as a member of the Day-Night clan, but Night Queen Yanqing had been born as a Night King. The cultivation resources and battle techniques that she had obtained were not something that Qingyu could compare to. No one had directly experienced the battle between Lu Xiaoqiu and Lu Yin, but when they faced Night Queen Yanqing, they felt a chill run down their spines. The words Night King clan were enough to describe everything. The two stood across from each other on the plains without moving. Lu Yin stared intently at Night Queen Yanqing's eyes, as he had not forgotten how Sharon had been instantly petrified. That was Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift, and if he could not break it, then he would not be able to stop her. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a charming smile, and her gaze became arrogant. A strand of purple flickered, causing Lu Yin's scalp to tingle. His four-lined battle force covered his body, but it had been a close call. A strange undulation had been blocked by the four-lined battle force and isolated outside his body. Even so, a layer of the four-lined battle force had been shaved off, causing it to dim. Many people were shocked. Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift was so terrifying that it sent chills down their spines. A single glance was enough to weaken four-lined battle force. "Let's see how long you can last," Night Queen Yanqing said disdainfully. She had simulated her battle with Lu Yin several times. Although this person was strong and fast enough to dodge the first sword of the 13 swords, could he be faster than her gaze? Her innate gift of purple eyes just so happened to be the bane of speed, and this person had no chance of winning against her. Lu Yin frowned and disappeared with flash. He tore through the void and charged straight towards Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing's purple eyes swept back and forth, not leaving Lu Yin for even a moment. This caused his four-line battle force to continuously weaken. Once it disappeared, he would be petrified and suffer the same fate as Sharon. This was a battle that had no solution, and Lu Yin had to fight for time. He could either defeat Night Queen Yanqing before his four-lined battle force completely disappeared, or he could wait to be petrified. Lu Yin chose the first option, which was to forcefully endure Night Queen Yanqing's innate gift of purple eyes and charge towards her. He raised his palm and used a 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm, which caused the void to collapse. He pressed down with his palm, which was comparable to the second sword of the 13 swords. He did not believe that Night Queen Yanqing could easily block it. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold and her purple eyes flickered. She stood in place and suddenly looked up as purple battle force erupted from beneath her feet. Night King technique, Night King fist. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Four-lined battle force? Boom. The ground caved in as a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, tearing apart the energy barrier that separated the planes. Fortunately, the mentors had set up a second barrier, or else the shockwave would have instantly killed many of the students. Night fell and the Night King fist changed the weather, leaving only one fist in Lu Yin's eyes. He stared closely at the Night King fist. It was very familiar, very familiar. When he had first come into contact with the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone, he had seen this exact fist. It was from this fist that he had comprehended the Day-Night fist, and Night Queen Yanqing had used an even stronger Night King fist. Day and night alternated, tearing apart a person's spiritual force. This was the peak of Night Queen Yanqing's four-lined battle force. Although the might of this fist could not compare to the third sword of the 13 swords, it was very close, and even Lu Xiaoqiu was moved. Bang bang bang. More than 10 explosions rang out as the 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm collided with the Night King fist. The explosion caused the entire area to collapse, and spatial cracks appeared one after another, sucking in the smoke and dust. Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing shuttled through the spatial cracks and clashed head-on. He had originally thought that Night Queen Yanqing would combine the Day-Night clan's battle techniques with her innate gift to deal with him, but he had not expected her to be proficient in battle force. Her physical body was also terrifyingly powerful, even surpassing Chao Ji's. Bang! There was a loud explosion as he grabbed onto Night Queen Yanqing's fists and slammed them into the ground. Night Queen Yanqing's purple eyes stared at him as she continuously whittled away at his four-lined battle force. You really are immune to my Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Tell me, what's your innate gift? Lu Yin's knee slammed into Night Queen Yanqing, but she raised her long white legs to block Lu Yin's kick. Your four-line battle force won't be able to last much longer. You're dead. Is that so? Let's try again. Lu Yin growled and let go of Night Queen Yanqing's fists. He pulled his right hand back, causing his muscles to swell as an intense pain spread through his nerves. He gritted his teeth and growled, 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. Night Queen Yanqing was stunned. Impossible. There was a thump as Lu Yin's right elbow sent shockwaves through the void. He struck out with his palm and sent Night Queen Yanqing flying out of the ground. 17 explosions rang out from her body, and her four-lined battle force almost shattered. Night Queen Yanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned deathly pale as she floated in the air. Lu Yin slowly rose into the air as he panted heavily. His right arm was dripping with blood. The 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm was practically the limit of his right arm, and it would be difficult for him to unleash a similar attack in his current state. In front of their screens, everyone was silent as they watched without blinking. This battle had already caused everyone's blood to boil. Who would emerge victorious in a clash of four-line battle force? In a dark room in the Innerverse, a youth swirled his wine glass as he stared at a screen. His black and white hair was breathtaking, and a single strand of gray hair hung down to his shoulders. Behind the youth, Lu Xiaoga was also staring at the screen. He looked at Lu Yin with a twinkle in his eyes, and there was a strange glint in the depths of his eyes. In the sky above the plains, Night Queen Yanqing wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her charming purple eyes turned cold as they swept over Lu Yin. Your physical body's strength has exceeded my expectations. 17-fold shockwave palm is something that even an explorer can't achieve. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. You're not bad either. You actually managed to survive. Chapter 226. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up into a smile as she arrogantly looked down at Lu Yin. Hold on. And who gave you the guts to speak so arrogantly? I thought that I could finish you off, but now it seems that I have no choice but to use that move. Open your eyes wide, Ant, and I'll show you what a Night King is like. This is a battle technique that only Night Kings can comprehend. Night King's body. With a low growl, a gray stream of air spread out and enveloped Night Queen Yanqing's body, gradually fusing with her four-lined battle force. Immediately after, a gale swept out in all directions, crushing the ground and distorting the void. Countless people watched on nervously. What battle technique was this? Was it a Night King clan battle technique? Outside the plains, Qilian Day Knight's eyes burned with passion. The Night King's body was an extremely powerful battle technique that only the Day Knight clan could comprehend. It could raise one's physical strength by a level, and this level was equivalent to an increase of one's battle force. In other words, Night Queen Yanqing possessed 5-line battle force at this moment. Many of the great powers who were familiar with the Night King clan sighed in amazement. Every time a Night King clan battle technique was used, it would shock everyone. The Night King's body was quite famous, but there were very few people who could successfully cultivate it. No one had expected Night Queen Yanqing to succeed. In the Sword Sect, a white-robed elder exclaimed, "The Night King's body. I never thought that a little girl would be able to cultivate it. It's comparable to the third sword of the 13 swords, and it's a battle technique that can overwhelm those of the same level. This little brat is immune to the third sword, but I wonder if he can withstand the Night King's body, which is on the same level as the third sword." At this moment, Starsabil, Han Chong and Grandini all had solemn expressions. They could all sense Night Queen Yanqing's strength. This woman had hidden her strength well. From the moment Night Queen Yanqing had displayed the Night King's body, she had already reached the same level as Starsabil, Han Chong and Lu Xiaoqiu. In the eyes of many who understood the 13 swords, Lu Yin had only been able to defeat Lu Xiaoqiu because of his special constitution. This constitution allowed him to be immune to the third sword, but it was not an offensive power. It could be said that Lu Yin's strength had not been accepted, and even Grandini Mavis had not been accepted. This year's Astral Combat Tournament's true powerhouses were Star Sibyl, Han Chong, Night Queen Yanqing and Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he could sense that Night Queen Yanqing's power was rapidly rising. Her power was as deep as the ocean, but it was also as indestructible as a mountain. Don't admit defeat because you're afraid. Otherwise, I'll personally go to Astral 10 and crush you. Night Queen Yanqing's voice was cold as her body suddenly vanished. The next moment, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as the scene in front of him rapidly receded. His entire body had been smashed into the ground by an enormous force. This force had shattered his four-lined battle force and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Night Queen Yanqing stood on the plains and looked down. She did not know how deep Lu Yin had sunk into the ground. She raised her head and swept her gaze across the plains. She saw Lu Xiaoqiu, Star Sibyl, Han Chong and everyone else, and she smiled. This was the power of the Night King's body, which was comparable to five-lined battle force. A single strike was enough to crush an ant. In front of his screen, Undying Yushan sighed. The Night King clan was too terrifying. On Earth, Zhou Xian and the rest clenched their fists as they watched the screen nervously. Lu Yin had actually been knocked into the ground, and this battle boded ill for him. More than 1 billion Earthlings were silent as they anxiously watched the screen. In the city in the sky, San Dios, Wendy Yushan's eyes flickered as she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She felt that Night Queen Yanqing's arrogant expression was an eyesore. In Astral 10 space station, Madame Nalan put down her wineglass. Can the Night King's body survive in space? A shadow appeared behind her and answered in a low voice. Anyone who hasn't become an explorer can't survive in space. The Night King's body can raise Night Queen Yanqing's battle force to the level of five-line battle force, but it can only allow her to stay in space for a slightly longer period of time. It's still not enough to survive, and this period of time is very short. Are there no examples of anyone below the explorer realm surviving in space? Madame Nalan was curious. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters were able to kill explorers in space when they were limiters. However, rumors are just rumors and they have never been proven. Madame Nalan frowned. The 10 arbiters, it was the 10 arbiters again. After the great changes in the universe, the 10 arbiters were like monuments to the younger generation. Their every move could be compared, but no one could truly compare. Since Night Queen Yanqing's current strength was not enough to survive in space, then what about Lu Yin? Madame Nalan had not forgotten the shock she had felt when she saw that Lu Yin was still alive. On the plains, Night Queen Yanqing stood proudly on her own. She exerted some force with her feet, causing a layer of light to flash across her long white legs and the ground to explode. Get out here. She pressed down with a powerful shockwave in an attempt to force Lu Yin out. Everyone watched nervously as the outcome of the battle was about to be revealed. Underground, Lu Yin let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. He had thought that he would not need to reveal himself, as only the 10 arbiters had been able to reach this stage in the history of the Astral Combat Tournament. But now it seemed that he could no longer suppress her. It was a pity that he could not use the Sirius Palm. Otherwise, the 9 stars of the Sirius Palm combined with his 4-lined battle force would not be any weaker than the Night King's body. Forget it, this was also good. He would be able to put a shocking end to this year's Astral Combat Tournament. As he thought about it, his eyes trembled. His 4-lined battle force, which had collapsed, reappeared once again. Purple battle force spread out from the cracks in the ground, creating a purple halo that distorted the void. Night Queen Yanqing was disdainful. 4-lined battle force could not even withstand a single attack from her. Countless people frowned as they watched. Was this still 4-line battle force? In all of the previous tournaments, 4-line battle force users were considered the strongest. However, things had changed in this tournament and 4-line battle force users were nothing more than foils. Suddenly, a dark golden light flickered and shot into the sky, dyeing the sky a dark gold and dispelling the shocking purple. Everyone stared blankly. That was 5-line battle force? Star Sibyl and the others narrowed their eyes, and they subconsciously took a step forward. They looked down at the ground in disbelief. How was this possible? 5-lined battle force was something that only the 10 arbiters had been able to achieve back in the Astral Combat Academy. Night Queen Yanqing's body trembled and she unconsciously took a few steps back. Beneath her feet, the dark golden light shone with a dazzling brilliance. High up in the sky, more than 10 mentors appeared, including Astral 10's Sandmaster. They all looked on in shock. After the 10 arbiters, another 5-line battle force has appeared. This kid's talent is no less than that of the 10 arbiters. Another 10 arbiters candidate. In front of their screens, countless people were shocked, including space-exploring powerhouses. Battle force was very difficult to comprehend, and only top-notch institutions like the Astral Combat Academy could produce battle force users one after another. In the entire innerverse and outerverse, anyone who could comprehend battle force was considered an elite. Even space-exploring powerhouses who had comprehended battle force would find it difficult to achieve 5-line battle force, as it was the mark of a powerhouse. Any space-exploring powerhouse who could comprehend 5-line battle force could easily crush others of the same level. Now, however, a Melder had actually comprehended 5-line battle force and possessed such a shocking color. Lu Yin stepped out of the ground with a calm expression. He had experienced 2 near-death disasters on Drift Charge Planet. The first time he had used the arcane art of life and death to raise his battle force to 3 lines. The second time he had unconsciously circulated the arcane art of life and death in outer space, which had raised his battle force to 5 lines. Even now Lu Yin found it hard to believe that he had been able to reach this step, but the arcane art of life and death was just that mysterious. He was grateful to that elder from Drift Charge Planet. If not for that elder, he would have wasted his 2 near-death disasters. Now his strength had transformed. The arcane art of life and death was the most mysterious technique. However, this technique was not something that could be cultivated. Lu Yin did not know how to survive the first calamity, and he had almost become a piece of white meat. As for the second calamity, if not for the Nalan family's spacecraft coincidentally passing by, he would have definitely died. He did not want to experience that again. He clenched his right fist, and his purple battle force transformed into a brand that covered his entire body. Outside of this brand was a circle of dark golden lines that made his entire body appear dark gold. He could feel an incomparably terrifying strength. This was a strength that he had obtained at the cost of his own life. He would use this strength to end this year's Astral Combat Tournament. Not too far away, Night Queen Yanqing's pupils dilated as she stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was slowly walking out of the ground. Her face was deathly pale. Impossible, how did you break through to 5-line battle force? That's something only the 10 arbiters can do. You can't possibly do it. Lu Yin looked at his own arm and then turned to face Night Queen Yanqing. At this moment, her innate gift of purple eyes did not affect him at all. Impossible? Then give it a try. I hope that you can withstand it. His body suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared he was right in front of Night Queen Yanqing. His right hand appeared at her forehead and he flicked his middle finger against her forehead. There was a soft thump, and a shockwave tore through the void as Night Queen Yanqing was sent flying. She felt dizzy and she could barely see her surroundings. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he disappeared again. This time he reappeared in the direction that Night Queen Yanqing had been sent flying. He pressed down with his palm, and there was a deafening boom as the ground was reduced to dust. Night Queen Yanqing was ruthlessly smashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing her smooth stomach. Don't forget that you have the Night King's body, which is comparable to 5-line battle force, Lu Yin reminded her. Night Queen Yanqing, who had been smashed into the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. There was a sinister glint in her eyes, and she roared as she endured her heavy injuries and rushed out of the ground. She spat out another mouthful of blood as she glared at Lu Yin. That's right, I have the Night King's body, which is comparable to 5-line battle force. The victor is still unknown. She then charged at Lu Yin. Night King Fist. Lu Yin cracked his neck. This was the effect that he had been looking for. How could he train his 5-line battle force without a suitable opponent? It would not be easy to increase his battle force and he would have to experience battles. Night Queen Yanqing was the first suitable opponent for him to battle. Bang, 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 bang. A glaring light flashed in the void as 2 figures collided with each other at a speed that no one could see. Their afterimages lingered high in the sky before gradually dissipating. Only Starsabil and a few others could see the real bodies of the 2, but even then they could only see blurry shadows. Regardless of whether it was Night Queen Yanqing or Lu Yin, they were both on the same level as Starsabil and Han Chong in terms of strength. No one dared to say that the four of them were the strongest. However, Starsabil and Han Chang's attacks were more focused on their domains and spiritual force, while Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing's attacks were more focused on their physical bodies and battle force. These were two completely different combinations. Boom! A giant crack spread across the sky and tore through the second energy barrier that the mentors had set up. Fortunately, the mentors had appeared high up in the sky and blocked the shock waves. Otherwise, some of the students would have died. Chapter 227. Shockwaves blasted into the ground from high up in the sky. It was unknown how deep the ground had been blasted. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the ground and attacked the two people. No one had expected such a thing to happen. This was a fighting spirit that had been hidden in the depths of the earth. The previous battles had not affected it, but this battle had damaged the earth too deeply. The Black War Spirit used star energy to form a long staff that swept through the universe, causing the entire area to be filled with black staff shadows. This was a combination of a domain and a battle technique. High up in the sky, one of the mentors was shocked. This is the battle technique of Astral 2's leader from several hundred years ago. With a whoosh, Lu Yin and Night Queen Yanqing's figures flashed past the war spirit, causing it to freeze in place before collapsing and dissipating. The staff shadows that had filled the sky also disappeared. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Astral 2's student leader's war spirit couldn't even last a second. The difference in power was just too great. Bang bang! Lu Yin's left arm blocked Night Queen Yanqing's punch while his right hand grabbed her elbow. Is this your so-called Night King's body that's comparable to five-line battle force? Night Queen Yanqing panted heavily as blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. She glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Lu Yin sneered, "The Night King clan is only as if." Night Queen Yanqing bellowed and kicked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not even try to dodge, and instead he slammed her into the ground with a palm and stared into her eyes. Night Queen Zhenwu. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes narrowed. You've heard of the 10 Arbiters? Lu Yin was shocked. He's one of the 10 Arbiters? Night Queen Yanqing looked at Lu Yin and sneered. So you didn't know that Night King Zhenwu is a rare genius of my Night King clan. He's one of the 10 Arbiters and he's also my older brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the universe's powerful Night King clan really did have one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin had only been curious about this person, but he had never expected to learn the name of one of the 10 Arbiters. Do you dare kill me? Do you dare to beat me? I'm a princess of the Night King clan and I'm Night King Zhenwu's younger sister, the younger sister of one of the 10 Arbiters. Lu Yin looked at her with disdain. I thought that you were a powerhouse, but I didn't expect you to have a weak side. It's over. He then exerted some force with his palm. Not only did his 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm shatter the ground, but it also turned Night Queen Yanqing into dust. Everyone was silent as they watched Lu Yin slowly rise into the air. He had won this battle. Everyone from Astral 10 cheered. Wuda was so excited that he almost jumped up. There was hope that the newspaper would sell well, and he looked at Lu Yin fervently. This person had to be followed closely. He was a proper news producer. Starsabil and the others stared at Lu Yin deeply. It was only at this moment that they truly looked at this person and admitted that he was on the same level as them. High up in the sky, the dozen or so mentors looked at each other, their eyes still filled with shock. This year's Astral Combat Tournament had far exceeded their expectations. Fortunately, they had already decided to end the Astral Combat Tournament with this battle, as the top 4 were not suitable for them to reveal anything. In front of their screens, countless people in the universe stared at Lu Yin in shock. Melder, Astral 10 and 5-line battle force. He was just too powerful. This person was just a minor character from the fringes of the Outerverse, but he had accomplished something that even the heirs of the Innerverse top powers could not. Who said that there were no miracles in the universe? The people on Earth were already cheering. They couldn't understand what was going on, but they knew how shocking this battle was. After all, it was a battle of the top 4. In San Dios, Wendy Yushan was similarly shocked. Lu Yin was only a melder, but once he broke through to become a Lemeter or even an explorer, he would quickly rise to prominence and challenge the top 100 rankings. In a dark room in the Innerverse, a wine glass shattered. Trash. Behind him, Lu Xiaoga stared at Lu Yin on his screen and his eyes gleamed. In the life-seek realm, inside and outside the arena planes, all the students looked up at the sky. This was the first time that an Astral Combat Academy mentor had appeared. The Astral Combat Academy's teachings were very liberal, and the ported battles and trial zones were all controlled by the students themselves. The mentors would occasionally give guidance, and many students had never even interacted with the mentors before. Rather than calling them mentors, it would be more accurate to call them protectors of the Astral Combat Academy. All students, listen up. The following is a decision made by all of the Astral Combat Academy's mentors and the 10 Arbiters Council. The Astral Combat Tournament is temporarily over, and the Astral Combat Academy will respond to the call for a battlefield in the human domain. With the top 4 as the leader, the Astral Combat Academy will lead teams to the human domain's borders to contribute to the human domain. The time for the final battle will be announced at a later date. Then he repeated the announcement. Many students were shocked. The Astral Combat Tournament had ended? Countless people cursed in front of their screens. The tournament had ended right after the top 4 had been decided. It was too disgusting. Lu Yin sighed. It had ended. The trial master had reminded him that this was the final battle. As for when the Astral Combat Tournament's final battle would take place, that would be decided by the higher-ups. However, what about the rewards from the sponsors? He remembered that the Naylan family had donated a harmless source box suitable for perceptive intermediate lock breaking. It was said that there were also top-notch techniques and so on. Many people had come for this. Starsabil, Han Chong and Grand Aini appeared on the plains and walked up to Lu Yin. The final battle hasn't been decided yet. Let's use this time to improve ourselves, Starsabil said with a smile. Her voice was very gentle and comforting. Lu Yin stretched his arms. The past few days have been too tiring. I should relax a little. Grand Aini sneered. Relax? Little brother, you probably haven't been to the astral battlefield before. Every day space exploring powerhouses die. Do you really think you can relax? Lu Yin was shocked. We won't be going to the front lines, right? It's hard to say. With our strength, we're qualified to go to the front lines. At the very least, even explorers won't be able to defeat us that easily, Han Chong said. Starsabil looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Let me remind you that Night Queen Yanqing is very petty. If you beat her, be careful of her revenge. She then waved and left the life-seek realm. Han Chong nodded. That's right. That woman is very petty. He then left as well. Grand Aini Mavis stared at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you here to remind me as well? Grand Aini shook her head. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead. What's your relationship with Lulu? Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? Are we classmates or friends? Grand Aini was disappointed. I thought that you two were lovers. What a pity that I didn't get to see you two break up. Lu Yin was speechless. What do you mean break up? Grand Aini laughed strangely. It's very difficult for the Mavis family to marry outsiders. What do you think? Lu Yin rolled his eyes and left. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xia Luo and the rest had already left the trial zone mountain. Only Hui Day Night was left behind, and he looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at him and asked indifferently, What's the matter? Hui Day Night shook his head and left the trial zone mountain. Lu Yin seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly left the mountain to head towards Astral 10's space station. Unfortunately, the Naylan family's spacecraft had already left, and he didn't have time to bid farewell to Madame Naylan. A message came from his gadget, telling him to meet Old Kai at the treasury. Old Kai. Lu Yin bowed respectfully in front of the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin strangely. You're very surprising, kid. Lu Yin smiled. I had a fortuitous encounter. Old Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. There's been a summons from the astral domain's borders. The top 4 will lead a team to train. Rest for a bit and you'll leave tomorrow. Lu Yin was shocked. So soon? Old Kai rolled his eyes. This is a summons from the astral domain's borders. How can the military order not be fast? Did you think it was a mission? Where are we going? Lu Yin asked. Erudite Flow Zone's border warfront, planet Conan. Old Kai then thought of something and tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. This is the reward for the top 4. You're lucky, kid. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he was just about to ask about the reward. There's no need to look. There's 500,000 star crystals and a harmless source box inside, Old Kai said enviously, his tone a little sour. The 500,000 star crystals were one thing, but Lu Yin was more surprised by the harmless source box. Old Kai, who provided the source box? Lu Yin had some guesses. Old Kai laughed strangely. The Naylan family. Speaking of which, kid, when did you get involved with that rich widow? This is the reward for the champion, but the Naylan family gave it to you. Madame Naylan's figure appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and his heart skipped a beat. When he saw Old Kai's wretched mustache, he hurriedly said, "She's my savior. It's all thanks to her that I was able to return this time." Is that so? Forget it, your personal matters have nothing to do with the academy. However, I have to remind you that that woman has some connections to the sword sect. Take it easy, Old Kai said. Lu Yin didn't mind as he already knew about this. Otherwise, Madame Naylan wouldn't have known about Lu Xiaoqiu and wouldn't have brought Lu Xiaoyun along. Her connections to the sword sect were deep, but that had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Right, speaking of the sword sect, they sent a message yesterday saying that the sect leader is willing to accept you as a personal disciple. What do you think? Do you want to go? Old Kai asked. Lu Yin was shocked. The sword sect leader? Personal disciple? Old Kai nodded and his lips curled up as he stroked his mustache. That's right. You'll be the sect leader's personal disciple and your status will be the same as Lu Xiaoqiu's. Lu Yin was shocked. The sword sect was a colossus in the Innerverse that controlled the #1 flow zone, far surpassing myriad swords peak. If he became a personal disciple, his status would be even higher than Wendy Yushan's, which was too tempting. Old Kai didn't mind and he continued stroking his mustache as he glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hesitated for a while before sighing. Forget it. The sword sect doesn't suit me. Old Kai was shocked. Kid, think carefully. That's the sword sect, the first flow zone's sword sect. As long as you agree, you'll immediately become one of the most powerful figures in the Innerverse. A single word from you can even make an entire weave in the Outerverse submit to you. That's much more powerful than your King Zishan. Can you resist the temptation? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Old Kai, don't tempt me. It takes courage to refuse. Old Kai looked Lu Yin up and down. Tell me the reason. It's simple. The sword sect doesn't suit me. They value me and it's probably because my battle with Lu Xiaoqiu made me immune to the third sword. In reality, besides that, even if I've comprehended 5-line battle force, I'm still insignificant in front of a colossus like the sword sect. They even have 10 arbiters and I'll just be a research subject. That kind of cultivation environment won't be beneficial to my progress, Lu Yin explained. Chapter 228. Old Kai praised him. Not bad, not bad. You're still able to resist such temptation. Kid, you've improved. Go and rest for a while. Someone will come to take you to the erudite flow zone tomorrow so that you can experience the Innerverse. It's completely different from the Outerverse. The scenery is completely different from the Outerverse. Lu Yin left unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do about it. He really wanted to join the sword sect for the sake of his status, but it wasn't suitable for him to join at the moment. He could only wait until he had the strength to protect himself. Since the sword sect had extended an olive branch to him, it wouldn't be just this once. He would have to wait until he had the confidence to join. As soon as he left the treasury, he was stopped by Michelle. When are you going to do what you promised me? Lu Yin felt awkward. He had promised to help her comprehend battle force when he had invited her to fight for a training ground, but he still hadn't fulfilled his promise. I'm sorry, but I have to go to the border tomorrow. How about you wait for me to come back? Michelle stared at Lu Yin with obvious dissatisfaction. Lu Yin sighed. I'm not trying to push you away, but I have to leave tomorrow. Michelle turned around and left. Lu Yin wasn't interested in chatting with the students of Astral 10, so he found a random spot and started rolling his die. He had wanted to wait, but he had to leave tomorrow. Who knew if he would be monitored on the spacecraft? He had no choice but to roll his die now. He hadn't rolled his die in a long time and he missed the moment when he took it out. Actually, he had tried it in the trial zones before. He could use other people's innate gifts, but he couldn't, which was very strange. He now had more than 597,500 star crystals on him, which was enough for him to use. He tapped the die and watched it spin rapidly. This scene was unfamiliar to him. but it made sense since he hadn't rolled his die since leaving Astral 10. When the die stopped spinning, it showed a -3. Lu Yin was excited. It was actually a 3. This was very difficult to roll, and it had only appeared twice in his entire life. He hadn't expected it to appear on his first roll after such a long time. Wait, Lu Yin muttered to himself. Could it be that the longer the time between rolls, the better the roll? 3 pips seemed to have been isolated by luck, and he had not been able to get it no matter how many times he had rolled it, especially when he had been in the Great Yu Empire's Imperial Palace. He had only managed to roll it after entering the time-stop space, and he could still remember the exhaustion he had felt. If it was true that the longer the time interval, the easier it would be to roll it, then that was a regular pattern. Looking at the 2 screens, Lu Yin didn't even hesitate before tossing his formcast model onto the first one. The last time he had upgraded the formcast model, he had used over 10,000 crystals, but it had only decreased by a small amount. This time he tossed in 290,000 crystals, causing the formcast model to rapidly descend until it finally landed on the next screen, where it reflected a bewitching light. Lu Yin trembled as he took it and excitedly looked at the completely transformed formcast model. There was no mistaking it. This was a 5-stage formcast model. He actually had a 5-stage formcast model, which was enough to raise his formcast model to the Explorer realm. This formcast model was too precious, and he had never thought that he would be able to obtain it. Although upgrading the formcast model had cost him 300,000 crystals, compared to what he had obtained, it was simply too profitable. This kind of quintuple formcast model could not be bought even if one had the money. Lu Yin absorbed the formcast model back into his body and looked at the 2 screens again. It seemed like there was nothing to upgrade for now, and he still had 300,000 crystals left. Would he roll 6 pips? He was looking forward to it, so he used another crystal to restore his die and rolled it again. The screen that had formed 3 pips disappeared, and the die spun rapidly before finally stopping at 4. Time stop space. The scenery changed and Lu Yin once again appeared in a familiar space. He took a deep breath and tossed out a large number of star crystals, changing the scenery around him into a picturesque landscape. Although it was all fictional, it was still comfortable to look at. He took out another 100,000 star crystals, crushed them and began absorbing them. He wanted to reach the peak of the Melder realm. It had taken him 7 days to absorb 100,000 star crystals, but he still hadn't reached the peak. However, it had filled up a lot and he estimated that another 100,000 would be enough. It had taken him 7 days to absorb 100,000 star crystals using the serious art, but now that he had 9 stars, the efficiency had increased by 100 times. It would take him less than 2 hours to finish absorbing them all. As he thought about it, the 9 stars revolved around his body, forming a perfect diagram of Sirius as he frantically absorbed the star energy, expelling the impurities as he did so. 2 hours passed quickly, and Lu Yin had completely absorbed 100,000 star crystals. However, he still hadn't reached the peak of the Melder realm. Lu Yin took a deep breath. The amount of star energy in his body seemed to far exceed that of others, but it didn't matter. He thought about it again and crushed another 100,000 star crystals. Another 2 hours passed and the star energy in Lu Yin's body surged to the point that he could barely suppress it. He could feel the strength of a peak melder, and although it hadn't increased by much, sometimes a slight difference in strength could lead to a huge difference in strength. If he had been a peak melder in his battle with Night Queen Yanqing, then his 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm would have been even more destructive, and he might have been able to kill her. However, his current peak melder realm was just an illusion. There were too many impurities in his body. Lu Yin closed his eyes and began expelling the impurities. 2 days passed and the uncontrollable surge of star energy in his body dissipated. He opened his eyes and crushed another 100,000 star crystals. This time he could completely reach the peak of the Melder realm. A day later, Lu Yin left the time-stop space. Back in the real world, only a second had passed. He looked at his hands. He had finally reached the peak of the Melder realm after consuming more than 400,000 star crystals. If he hadn't used the serious art to absorb the crystals and had instead just absorbed the star energy in the universe, he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the peak of the Melder realm. Cultivation also depended on resources, and sometimes, resources were even more important than talent. Lu Yin was beginning to understand the meaning of this saying. Nurturing an ordinary melder in the shortest amount of time required around 150,000 star crystals. This was a huge sum, at least for the Outerverse. Even though there were countless planets in the Outerverse and some of them even produced star crystals, it was still difficult for the various powers to maintain this expenditure. It was no wonder why so many soldiers were only sentinels or seekers. This was only for nurturing melders. If they were nurturing limiters, the expenditure would be 10 times greater, let alone explorers. There were two most difficult hurdles for explorers. One was star energy and the other was breaking through. Lu Yin had once asked Uncle Reuben about the difference between an explorer and a limiter, and the old man had vaguely mentioned that explorers had different physiques compared to ordinary people. There was also a state called exhaustion. He hadn't gone into detail, but Lu Yin knew that breaking through to the explorer realm wasn't that easy. Of course, there were still many explorers in the entire universe. Even if a civilization that had left the universe spent a lot of resources to nurture an explorer, the number of explorers in the human domain was still enough to scare people to death. And the place where the human domain's powerhouses suffered the most losses was the war front. Lu Yin turned on his gadget and searched for reports on the war front, but aside from the general news there was almost nothing else. However, he still managed to find some pictures, and through the pictures he could feel the brutality of the war front. Many of the pictures mentioned that the deceased had been explorers or even cruisers. He searched Planet Conan again, but there was no response. Lu Yin put down his gadget and took out the harmless source box from his cosmic ring. He activated the serious art and also took out the giant emperor's third eye. He stared at the source box and saw a boundlessly complex world. This was a world where star energy and various other types of energy mixed together. He had Karen's lock-breaking experience, so he could try to unlock this source box, but he didn't have time. Unlocking a source box would take too long and there were too many uncertainties. Master Wuxia had once said that there was no such thing as a harmless source box, and any source box could cause death. Lu Yin planned to take things one step at a time, and there was no need to be too radical. Right now the most important thing was to rest and wait to go to the erudite flow zone. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped and Lu Yin opened his eyes. It was time. When Lu Yin arrived at Astral 10's space station, he saw a large warship with sinister weapons exposed. The ship's hull was engraved with the symbol of a blood-stained scroll, which was the symbol of the human domain's erudite border alliance. This was proof that this warship belonged to the erudite flow zone. No one came to greet him, and when the hatch opened, Lu Yin walked in and saw Silver smiling at him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You're going to the erudite border alliance as well?" Silver smiled. "That's right. You're my captain now." Lu Yin shrugged. "We're just foot soldiers. You don't really think that I can be a captain, do you?" "You can be a small captain." Silver's smile was brilliant, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the journey. Lu Yin looked around the interior of the warship. The decorations were simple and there wasn't a single trace of extravagance. The patrolling soldiers all had stern expressions, and there was still a murderous aura around them. Lu Yin had a feeling that every single one of them had been stained with blood. The two of them were brought to the lowest level of the dormitory by a soldier. "These will be your rooms until we reach the border. 2 people to a room." The soldier then left. Lu Yin opened the door and walked in. The dormitory was very small, and after looking around he randomly chose a bed and sat down. It wasn't bad. At that moment the warship shook and activated. It left Astral 10 and headed straight into outer space. Silver casually laid down on the bed and smiled at Lu Yin. "Are you disappointed, Captain?" "Why would I be?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Silver smiled. "You're one of the top 4 students of the Astral Combat Tournament, and you're one of the top students of the Astral Combat Academy. Yet you're assigned to the lowest level of the dormitory and squeezed in with these soldiers. Aren't you disappointed? Don't you feel like you've been treated coldly?" Lu Yin laughed. "We're just students, not important people. Why would they give us special treatment? To soldiers only the strong are worthy of respect. Aren't you? The only people on this ship who can defeat you are probably explorers. How many explorers do you think there are on this ship?" Silver's smile was very creepy, and Lu Yin inexplicably recalled the rebellion that had occurred when he had traveled from Earth to the Great Yu Empire's capital star. He stared at Silver. "What are you trying to do?" Silver smiled. "Captain, you're nervous." Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed at Silver. Silver's eyes suddenly opened and they were filled with an endless chill. The butterfly knife suddenly flashed and streaked towards Lu Yin's neck, but he easily dodged it. Four-lined battle force appeared in his hand as he grabbed Silver. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Chapter 229. Silver put away Butterfly. What did you say, Captain? Lu Yin stared at Butterfly. Lu Yin stared into Silver's eyes. I'm well aware of your background and it won't be difficult for you to deal with a few explorers. However, you need to think about the consequences. If something happens to this spacecraft, countless important people in the human domain will pay attention to you, and everything about you will be exposed. Silver's lips curled up. So, you worked so hard to come to Astral 10 from the Great Yu Empire. It can't be just for this warship, Lu Yin said coldly. Silver's eyes flashed coldly. If you know, then why do you still want to attack? Are you afraid? Lu Yin did not answer. He was indeed afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance's methods. It was a colossus. Captain, you're not worried about this spacecraft. You're worried about yourself, Silver suddenly said with a mocking gaze. The experience at the pirate port has left you traumatized. You're afraid that something will happen to this spacecraft and that you'll have to repeat that experience. Lu Yin did not refute. Silver continued, you're also afraid that your innate gift will cause you to be targeted by us or even taken away by us. Lu Yin looked at him for a while before letting go and sitting back down on the bed. Silver was astonished. You're not going to refute me? Lu Yin looked up. What exactly is there in the Great Yu Empire that you want? Silver's eyes flashed. You're changing the topic. That's right, but I'm really curious. You guys are paying too much attention to the Great Yu Empire. In fact, it could even be said that you care too much about it. Your organization is indeed huge, but it can't easily nurture someone like you. You're definitely not at the bottom of the hierarchy in the Neo-Human Alliance, so I'm really curious as to what attracted you to the Great Yu Empire. Silver stretched lazily and lay down. There are many things that attract us. The food there is delicious and I've told you before that I'm a gourmet. Lu Yin smiled. This person had a flaw that even he didn't notice, and that was that whenever someone poked at his thoughts, he would unconsciously bring up the topic of food. Perhaps food was truly tempting to him, or perhaps it was the most peaceful part of his heart. However, the moment he started talking about food, Lu Yin knew that he had guessed correctly. There was definitely something wrong with the Great Yu Empire. The two did not speak further as they listened to the occasional noise outside the door. It didn't take long for him to leave the dorm and head to the corridor, where he stared at the starry sky. The human domain's allied armies had come from all over the universe, including the Innerverse and Outerverse. In order to quickly gather troops, both the Innerverse and Outerverse had special wormholes for the allied armies to travel through. These wormholes were the military's express channels, and only the border armies could use them. After passing through the express channel, the warship arrived at the border between the Innerverse and the Outerverse in less than 2 days, where the Astral River was located. This was not Lu Yin's first time seeing the Astral River, but he was still amazed by its grandeur. The boundless Astral River was like a ribbon that separated the Innerverse and Outerverse. The interior of the Astral River was filled with all sorts of violent liquefied energies, as well as indescribably strange creatures that could easily kill space-exploring powerhouses. Only a giant ship that had been created by the entire human domain could traverse the Astral River. The Astral River arc traveled back and forth between the galaxies, and the person in charge of it was the Astral River Realm envoy Old Gouda. He remembered that Gu Air, who he had killed in the Tao of Purgatory, was Old Gouda's son. As the Astral River arc drew closer and closer, Lu Yin's gaze grew colder and colder. He would never forget that scene. It had been the same back then. The Astral River arc had slowly approached, but then it had suddenly stopped. Then he had heard cries of despair and endless crimson. If not for Old Gouda deliberately delaying the Astral River arc, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Lu Yin would definitely have his revenge. The Erudite Alliance's warship passed through the arc first, and behind it, a row of spacecraft boarded one after another. The arc was extremely large and Lu Yin could not figure out how the humans had built it. He did not look at it for too long and simply turned to leave. If he did, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would do something. Now was not the time. After passing through the Astral River, one would enter the Innerverse. The inner verse and the outer verse had completely different feelings. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the universe, the higher the chances of a powerhouse being born. Although this rumor could not be verified, the inner verse was indeed much stronger than the outer verse, which was why many outer verse powerhouses wanted to enter the inner verse. The astral river covered the entire inner verse, and its tributaries covered the entire inner verse as well. The 8 largest flow zones were currently located in the blazing mist flow zone, and they circled around the edges of the blazing mist flow zone as they headed towards the erudite flow zone. Not long after, just as the warship was about to leave the blazing mist flow zone, Lu Yin saw a formless ripple spreading out in front of them. Outside the ripple was a giant spacecraft, and within the ripple was a rather ancient mechanical spacecraft. It was probably some civilization that had just made contact with the universe and was using this spacecraft to explore the universe. Inside the spacecraft, there were several figures constantly looking out, curiously sizing up the universe. This kind of spacecraft could not even land on nearby planets, let alone the giant spacecraft that was observing them through the ripple. This was the sorrow of a weak civilization. Perhaps to them they were the only intelligent life forms in the universe. They were the center of the universe, but in reality, there were powerful civilizations observing them from just a few meters away. They were like pets trapped in a cage, allowing the advanced civilizations to observe them. They could not be seen or touched. Even the starry sky was fake. Captain, do you think that we're like them, trapped in a cage by a powerful civilization and being observed? Silver had walked over to Lu Yin's side at some point and asked with a grin. There was no answer to this question. Perhaps they were and perhaps they weren't. Lu Yin looked up. That's right. Could there be a pair of eyes right in front of him that could see him but he could not see? The universe was too vast, and who could be sure that they were the most advanced civilization in existence? Just like the civilization within the ripple, they had walked out of the universe and believed themselves to be a highly intelligent life form. However, the more they explored, the closer they were to disaster. This civilization is very dangerous. Once they discover the truth, they won't be far from the planet's evolution trial, Silver said. This time he did not smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched the spacecraft fly further and further away. The people there were still curiously looking out into the universe, but what they saw was fake. The blazing mist flow zone was one of the 8 largest flow zones in the innerverse, and it was as large as several weaves in the outerverse. The largest powers here were the Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragons. As the gatekeepers of the innerverse, these 3 powers were considered the strongest in the outerverse. No matter how large the blazing mist flow zone was, it would only take a single day to cross it. The express passage had greatly reduced the time needed to travel. Lu Yin stopped looking at the sky and instead went to the training area. The battles in the trial zones were not real, and he needed to quickly adapt to the strength of his 5-line battle force. The training area was huge, and nearly half of the thousands of soldiers on a single warship were training here. There were all sorts of training equipment, and there were even special training areas that simulated the external environment. Lu Yin found the gravity training area, and there was a row of dozens of gravity training rooms. This place was different from the super-large spacecraft that he had traveled from Earth to the Great Yu Empire, where he could use the gravity training rooms as he pleased. This place was different as the gravity multiplier varied from near to far. The soldiers could only choose the gravity training room that suited them, and it was impossible for them to casually determine the multiplier. Lu Yin walked forward, and many soldiers around him looked at him and started discussing amongst themselves. He's one of the top students from the Astral Combat Academy and one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. He's a powerhouse with 5-line battle force. How terrifying. This kind of person can casually tear apart the space of an ordinary planet. He might even be able to tear apart the stable space of the innerverse. He's too strong. Fatty, go test him out. Let's see who's stronger. Go to hell. Once he uses his battle force, you'll be crushed no matter how strong you are. Lu Yin laughed. He liked spending time with soldiers, as that kind of simple yet firm relationship could only be found in the military. The military was the best place to foster trust. 110 times. Look, he's already outside the 110 times gravity chamber. Normal melders can withstand up to 60 times the normal gravity, and limeters can withstand up to 100 times the normal gravity. He's actually surpassed the limits of a limeter, and he's still moving forward. One of the soldiers exclaimed. Don't make a fuss. Didn't you watch the Astral Combat Tournament? The students who made it to the top 32 could easily tear apart space. Their physical bodies have long since surpassed a normal Lemur's, let alone someone with battle force. I estimate that he might be able to withstand 120 times the normal gravity, a tall soldier said. The surrounding soldiers gasped. No wonder so many people want to enter the Astral Combat Academy. They're not on the same level as us. Any one of their students could instantly kill all of us. We're not too bad. Those who can serve on the warships all use formcast models to enter the ranks of cultivators. Those wandering soldiers can't even compare to us. They're just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Yin walked to the innermost gravity room and saw that the multiplier was 130. The last time he had been in the time-stop space, he had increased the gravity to 100-fold before he could even feel it. Based on his estimations, the maximum gravity he could withstand was around 110 times. However, that was only the strength of his physical body. If he added on his 5-line battle force, he would definitely be able to withstand 150 times. However, the highest gravity he could currently withstand was 130 times, so he resolutely stepped into the time-stop space. Hey, there seems to be someone there. The captain's inside. The moment he stepped into the 130 times gravity room, Lu Yin felt as if the world was collapsing around him. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost crushed. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of him and pushed towards him. Lu Yin immediately erupted with 5-lined battle force, and a dark gold palm shot out to meet the hand in front of him. There was a loud bang as the walls of the gravity room shattered and cracks appeared on the ground. The entire room sounded an alarm, and Lu Yin took a step back and looked up to see a shocked middle-aged man. The 130 times gravity suddenly disappeared, and the door opened as a group of soldiers rushed in. What's all the commotion about? Get out! The middle-aged man shouted. Chapter 230. All of the soldiers quickly saluted, "Yes, Captain." They then retreated like a receding tide. Immediately after, the 130 times gravity descended once more, and Lu Yin once again felt the suffocating pressure. With the support of 5-line battle force, Lu Yin forcibly withstood the 130 times gravity and respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. "Student Lu Yin greets Captain." The middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin in admiration. "I've seen you on the screen. You're very strong and you're able to comprehend 5-line battle force at your age." "You flatter me, Captain," Lu Yin politely replied. The middle-aged man nodded. "You're welcome. The fact that you can speak means that 130 times gravity isn't your limit. However, it's close enough. Going too far is as bad as falling short." Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Fortunately, he had already experienced 130 times gravity, or else he might have been seriously injured. The higher the gravity, the greater the pressure. He had underestimated it. "Can you still walk?" The middle-aged man smiled as he sized Lu Yin up. Lu Yin smiled and took a few steps. Although it was difficult, it was not a problem. The middle-aged man smiled. Even a normal explorer would find it difficult to withstand 130 times gravity, but you're a melder. It's incredible. I now understand why the 10 arbiters are so terrifying at such a young age. Based on your development, you won't be inferior to them in the future. I hope so. By the way, I'm not disturbing you, Captain, Lu Yin said. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm just warming up, so there's no need to disturb me. I thought that you had accidentally barged in and wanted to push you out. After all, no one else on this spacecraft can withstand 130 times gravity, but I forgot about you. Lu Yin smiled but did not speak. The middle-aged man didn't say anything else and just continued warming up on his own. Lu Yin looked at him enviously, as this man was able to move freely under 130 times the normal gravity. He was definitely not an ordinary explorer, and he must have undergone at least 4 body remodelings. Over the next few days, Lu Yin trained in the 130 times gravity room and gradually suppressed his battle force to the level of 4-lined battle force. During this time he occasionally chatted with the captain, but most of the time it was just Lu Yin listening while the captain spoke. They talked about the interstellar war. Lu Yin was very eager to know more about these matters. The Starfield's border wars were humanity's greatest wars, and they had never stopped. After countless years, too many powerhouses had been buried at the border. I remember a genius from the Astral Combat Academy chatting with me 10 years ago, but it wasn't in the 130 times room. Instead, it was in the 110 times room. That young man was very strong, and I heard that he was even a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy. However, he never returned after going to the border and was buried in a foreign land. There was also a very beautiful girl who once chatted with me. She said that she was going to the border to gain experience and then go home to marry the man she loved. Unfortunately, before she could reach the border, she was destroyed by a giant beast that tore through the starry sky. I almost died that time. Border wars are cruel. No matter how talented or strong you are, there will always be 10,000 ways to kill you. Too many geniuses have been buried since ancient times, and to be honest, it's not wise for your Astral Combat Academy to send you to the border at this time. I don't know why Commander Shui agreed, but according to incomplete statistics, a third of the expelled students from the Astral Combat Academy are buried at the border, and a fifth of the graduating students are buried there. The one that left the deepest impression on me was when I went to pick up a young man more than 10 years ago. That young man was very passionate about battle, and he was also very simple and kind. I sent him to the border, and then... The middle-aged man paused. Lu Yin was using one finger to support himself, and when he heard this he asked, "He died too?" The man shook his head. "No, he became one of the 10 arbiters." Lu Yin almost fell over when he heard this, and he looked at the man in shock. "You picked up one of the 10 arbiters?" The man smiled. "Of course. This warship is often used to pick up people." That young man was really terrifying, and he was able to do the same in the 150 times room. He was just a little too big and his voice was too loud. It was jarring to the ears. "What's his name? What race is he from?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Information about the 10 arbiters was too mysterious. Up until now, he only knew that there was someone from the sword sect who had comprehended the 13 swords in Night King Zhenwu. Right, there was also a rumor that he was from the Phoenix family. He had heard from Big Pao that Heart was that person's younger brother. No one dared to mention the 10 arbiters' names, and Lu Yin was becoming more and more curious about them. It was a pity that he had been dragged to the warfront right after the Astral Combat Tournament ended. Otherwise, he would have definitely joined the Council of Astral Academy to learn more about them. The middle-aged man replied, "I can't tell you his name as the 10 arbiters' names are taboo. I don't know his race either, but I do know one thing for sure. That person was truly terrifying. At the time, I had just become an explorer, but I still felt apprehensive whenever I faced him. Right, many people called him the War King." Lu Yin frowned. War King? Even an explorer would feel apprehensive. What was his cultivation back then? "The Limiter realm," the middle-aged man replied. Lu Yin relaxed. Fortunately, he had already become a peak melder. If the 10 arbiters had been stronger than him when they were melders, then he really did not know how to surpass them. "Actually, even I don't know how to deal with you now. 5-lined battle force is truly powerful," the middle-aged man said as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. "Tell me more about the war front. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" "There's nothing to pay attention to because whether or not you pay attention, astral beasts will still appear. All you have to do is fight hard and try your best to stay alive," the middle-aged man said casually. Although he spoke casually, Lu Yin could hear the bitterness and desolation in his tone. There were ways to fight any war, but the human domain had no way of dealing with astral beasts. There were too many astral beasts and too many with strange innate gifts. No matter how advanced their technology was, they could not stop these beasts. They could only sacrifice human lives. This was the cruelest part of this war. Even the entire Warfront Command Center was not safe because the astral beasts could tear through the heavens and even shatter planets. "Captain, tell me more about Planet Conan," Lu Yin suddenly said. Planet Conan was where he was going to serve his military service. The middle-aged man nodded. Planet Conan is one of the 37 guardian planets on the right side of the erudite flow zone's border. It was originally a very ordinary planet, but because of the human domain's border war, it was forcefully conscripted. Everyone on the planet moved away, leaving behind only the native creatures with no intelligence. However, most of them have already gone extinct. The highest guardian is Chu Ao from the erudite flow zone's Lost Radiance Academy, and he's a hunter. Lu Yin also had a rough understanding of planet Conan as he listened to the man's introduction. At the same time, he also had a rough idea of the situation at the erudite flow zone's border. Planet Conan was only one of the 37 planets on the right side, and there were still 37 on the left and 100 in the center. These planets formed a huge defensive net that protected the astral beast domain. Every planet was guarded by an explorer, and a large portion of the net was guarded by cruisers and even hunters. These powerhouses had either joined of their own volition or had been forcefully conscripted. Of course, there were also death row criminals and so on. The soldiers on the planets were also divided into nomads and regular soldiers. There were also cannon fodder who were even weaker than the nomads. Most of these cannon fodder came from the planet's cruel evolutionary trial. If Earth had not been protected by Lu Yin's identity as King Zishan, then these cultivators would have also been dragged to the battlefield. They would have either been fighting against the Great Yu Empire or other powers, or they would have been sent to the most brutal battlefield at the border. A few more days passed. Up ahead is the intersection between the Tempest Flow Zone and the Erudite Flow Zone. After passing through the flow zones, the ship will enter the space station for repairs, and then will reach the Erudite Flow Zone. It'll take at most a day and a half to reach the border battlefield, the captain said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Captain, is there a Mavis Bank in the space station? The captain shook his head. Of course there isn't one in the space station, but there are some on planets that aren't too far away. There's usually a Mavis Bank at the intersection of these flow zones. Why? Do you want to withdraw money? Lu Yin nodded. I used up all my star crystals when I broke through to the Peak Melder realm, so I want to withdraw some. The captain said, I'll have someone take you there. Thank you, Captain, Lu Yin said gratefully. Not long after, Lu Yin boarded a small spacecraft and left the space station, heading towards a nearby planet. The person who took him there was a Lemeter soldier. The Mavis Bank had always been rich, and they could pick up universal currency as easily as scrap paper. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, universal currency was nothing more than scrap paper. After entering the bank, Lu Yin wanted to withdraw all of his star crystals, but he suddenly remembered that his cosmic ring might not have enough space. The largest ring he had was the one that had won him 500,000 star crystals during the Astral Combat Tournament, but it could only hold 500,000 star crystals. He had a total of 710,000 star crystals, so it seemed that he would have to use multiple cosmic rings to store them. At that moment, an elegant young woman walked up to Lu Yin and handed him a drink. Hello, Student Lu. Lu Yin was surprised. You know me. Student Lu, you're now a famous person in the universe. We watched the Astral Combat Tournament and it was amazing. The woman smiled. Her movements were elegant, and she carried a fragrance that made people feel good about her. And you are? Lu Yin asked. The woman smiled and extended her hand. I'm Mandy, the bank manager. Lu Yin extended his hand as well. Lu Yin, is there anything I can help you with? Mandy took out a purple crystal card and handed it to Lu Yin. This is an account that the Mavis Bank has opened for you. Please accept it. Purple? Lu Yin was shocked. He had never seen a purple crystal card before. Purple is a currency that is calculated in star essence. It's not given out in the outer verse, only in the inner verse, Mandy explained. Star essence was a pure energy structure formed by compressing a star crystal to a certain degree and removing any impurities. Its quality and purity far surpassed that of a star crystal, and the two could even be said to be incomparable. It was like iron and gold, and the exchange ratio was exaggerated. Manager Mandy, I don't have any star essence to store, Lu Yin said with a wry smile. Chapter 231. Mandy smiled. This is our gift to you, Student Lu. We'd like to thank you for taking care of the Mavis family. You mean Lulu? Lu Yin asked. Mandy smiled and nodded. There aren't many Mavis family members, and we're well aware of how well you've taken care of Miss Lulu. The star crystals that you've taken today will be given to you in increments of 10. This is the most I can do. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. Mandy smiled. The exchange rate between star crystals and star essence is 1 to 100,000. No matter how many star crystals you take, we'll increase it to 10 in increments based on the exchange rate. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. I have 710,000 star crystals. We can give you 10 star essence and you can keep 10,000 star crystals as change, Mandy said with a smile. Lu Yin was speechless as he felt like he had spoken too early. Based on this woman's attitude, even if he only had 1 star crystal, she could increase it to 10 star essence. Was she giving it away for free? Did she have to be that rich? This woman was just a manager. Manager Mandy, your gift is too extravagant. Besides, Lulu doesn't need me to take care of her. She's much more powerful than I am and she can even tame an explorer realm beast as a melder. This is the Mavis family's goodwill. Please don't reject it, Mandy said with a smile. One of the staff took the purple crystal card away, but she returned a moment later. Student Lu, this is yours. Lu Yin took it and took a deep breath. 10 star essence was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals, which meant that he had nearly 300,000 extra star crystals. And this was just the authority of a manager. The Mavis Bank was just too rich and he even had the urge to chase after Lulu and become her son-in-law. Mandy left as she had only wanted to give him the money. As for Lu Yin, he generously took out all 10 star essence and placed them in his cosmic ring, along with the 10,000 star crystals he had saved for his pocket money. Although he had many Mavis Bank cards, he did not have a single cent left. The exchange rate between star crystals and star essence was at a ridiculous rate of 1 to 100,000. This wasn't just based on the quality of the star essence. More importantly, the rate at which star essence could be absorbed was much faster. Many disciples from large organizations would directly absorb star essence to reduce the obstacles in their path of breaking through to the explorer realm. More importantly, they would be able to adapt to such pure energy, which was especially important to the Innerverse since the astral river was made up of pure energy. No one could guarantee that they would not fall into the astral river while cultivating in the Innerverse, regardless of whether it was the main stream or a branch of the astral river. As long as one could adapt in advance, their chances of surviving in the astral river would increase. Lu Yin had wanted to obtain some star essence before coming to the Innerverse, but he had found that he didn't have enough money and he didn't have the means to do so. He hadn't expected the Mavis Bank to give him some and he would remember this favor. He looked back at the Mavis Bank and couldn't help but admire them. They used universal currency to show off their wealth and reduce the bank's risk. They would occasionally show kindness to talented cultivators like him, which was an alternative investment. Even if they lost money, they wouldn't lose much, and if they made a profit, they would make a huge profit. The Mavis Bank had invested a small amount of money, but they had earned a favor that could never be repaid. The Mavis Bank had been able to survive in the universe for so long not only because of money, but also because of their methods. Just as he walked out of the bank and was about to head back, his gadget beeped. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He thought of something and quickly answered, "Hello. Little 7. Uncle Reuben, you finally contacted me." Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. "Little 7, it's good that you're fine." "I'm fine, but Uncle, what's going on at the pirate port? Why is Dechong there? How is he?" Lu Yin asked. "Do you remember when we escaped from the Innerverse to the Outerverse? We were also ambushed in the Outerverse." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his voice grew cold. "Are you talking about the Leo clan?" "That's right. It was the Leo clan who ambushed us, but we weren't sure at the time. That's why we sent Dechong to investigate the pirate port, but he was discovered. The Leo clan didn't want their past to be exposed, so they destroyed themselves and wanted to hide. That's why the pirate port was destroyed." Lu Yin frowned. "It's no secret that the Leo clan operates the pirate port, and it won't affect them if this matter is exposed. They're probably trying to hide the person behind the scenes." "That's right. It's also possible that the person behind the scenes told them to do this, but there are no clues for now. The Leo clan has also been destroyed. Do you know who did it?" The old man's figure from Drift Charge Planet appeared in Lu Yin's mind. "I don't know that senior's name, but he single-handedly killed all the explorers from the Leo clan. However, I was the one who destroyed the Leo clan's spacecraft." "I see. It's good that you survived. Dechong has always regretted not being able to save you." "As long as he's fine." Lu Yin smiled. "You're going to the war front?" Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, I'll be there soon." The person on the other end was silent for a while. "Try your best to survive. Don't think that 5-line battle force can save your life. It's normal for cruisers and even hunters to die at the war front. Your defense won't even be able to withstand a single claw from a powerful beast. I understand, uncle. Also, if possible, try your best to obtain glory. Glory? That's useless to me. I'm a lockbreaker. I know that you're a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker, but being a lockbreaker is only a guarantee. Glory is power. Don't ask too many questions. Try your best to obtain glory, but don't push yourself too hard. If you have a choice, don't overthink it. Just choose glory. Uncle Ruben's tone was very serious. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. The call was cut off. Lu Yin put down his gadget. He had finally solved some of the mysteries in his heart, but it also reminded him of some unpleasant memories. He shook his head and left to follow the soldier back to the space station. After 15 days, the warship finally arrived at the Immerse erudite flow zone's border from Frostwave Weave's Astral 10. The speed of the express passage was astonishing, and it showed how much importance the various powers of the universe attached to the astral wars. They had even specially constructed express passages to recruit soldiers. After passing through the erudite flow zone's astral river, Lu Yin saw a spectacular sight through the warship. Countless stars were lined up in a row, blocking the astral river. This was the astral domain's border, and countless warships were densely packed together. A single warship had the power to destroy an explorer, and it was impossible to count just how many of them there were. The entire region of space was sealed off, and with the planet at the center, defensive formations were formed. Occasionally, terrifying beast roars could be heard from the distance, causing space to collapse. The commander of our erudite flow zone's border alliance is Shui Chuanxiao, and the powerful astral beast on the other side is the Skyblaze Emperor, the captain whispered to Lu Yin. Skyblaze Emperor? Lu Yin was puzzled. It's a super astral beast with 3 fiery bodies that can control black, white, and red flames. It's one of the 7 strongest in the astral beast domain's Desolate Beast Alliance, and it has a terrifying power level of over 200,000. Lu Yin was shocked. A power level of over 200,000? This was a powerhouse that far surpassed a hunter, and they were known as enlighters in the human domain. These powerhouses were also known as almighty beings. It turned out that they were facing such a terrifying creature on the other side of space. Did you just mention the Desolate Beast Alliance? Silver asked curiously. The captain glanced at him and answered, the Desolate Beast Alliance is an organization formed by 7 super powerful astral beasts to deal with the humans. It's similar to the Blaze Realm and the Sword Sect. Don't underestimate these astral beasts, as their intelligence is no less than that of humans. In order to invade the human domain, they've been constantly seeking out our weaknesses. They're used to using star energy to forcefully alter their body structure to maintain a human form. They've even imitated humans and established academies to discuss ways to deal with us. They've been constantly improving. Using star energy to forcefully alter one's body structure was not difficult, but the pain involved was immense. If these astral beasts were truly so daring, then the threat that the humans faced would be even greater than imagined. There was a loud rumble as the warship landed on a desolate land. The surroundings were sealed off by ripples, creating a huge space. Not far away was a metallic base that reflected a cold light. We're here. This is one of Planet Conan's bases. The higher-ups ordered me to send you here, the captain said to Lu Yin and Silver. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you for your care, Captain. The captain smiled and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Remember, you'll survive here. Be careful. Lu Yin grunted and slowly walked out of the warship. Not long after, the warship lifted off and flew into the distance. Lu Yin looked around and saw nothing but yellow land. Strong winds blew, but there wasn't a single trace of green in sight. The ground beneath his feet was dry, and as the winds swept past, a layer of yellow sand was blown into the air, revealing the dark red soil beneath. This was the color of coagulated blood. This was a battlefield. There were many soldiers patrolling the area, and aircraft would occasionally take off into the distance. Even further away, another warship landed. It seemed to be transporting supplies. Lu Yin and Silver were brought to the bottom of a cliff, where someone was already waiting for them. A veteran was training the new recruits. Astral 10's Lu Yin reporting for duty. Astral 10's Silver reporting for duty. Everyone looked at Lu Yin and Silver in amazement, but the two were not surprised. The Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted across the entire universe, so many people knew who they were. The veteran nodded, his weathered face calm. My name is Gilder, and I'm one of the 100 captains of this base. From now on, I'll be your instructor. I won't be teaching you how to fight, but rather how to survive on this land. Yes, instructor, Lu Yin replied seriously. Yes, instructor, Silver also replied with a smile on his face. Gilder nodded. Go to the barracks next door and change your clothes. You have 1 minute to put all your miscellaneous items into your cosmic rings. Now. Lu Yin and Silver hurriedly entered the barracks and changed into their uniforms. Gilder looked at the barracks and muttered to himself. He had thought that these two would be difficult to discipline since they were both top students of the Astral Combat Academy, but now it seemed that they would not be so troublesome. When the new recruits first arrived at the barracks, Gilder did not teach them any combat techniques, just as he had said. All he did was make them stand and talk about various adaptations on the battlefield as well as introduce some astral beasts. Chapter 232. Some of these new recruits had signed up voluntarily, while others were disciples of large organizations or families who had come here to train. There were also some like Lu Yin and the others who had come from academies. Their individual combat power was not bad, and they were only lacking in terms of adapting to the battlefield. Have any of you seen blood before? Gilder suddenly asked. One of the new recruits shouted, reporting to instructor, I'm Trifa from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. I've killed astral beasts before. Reporting to instructor, I'm Ku Yao from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone. I've killed astral beasts before. Reporting to instructor. Many cultivators had grown up in cruel environments, so Gilder's question was unnecessary. Everyone here had seen blood before. Have any of you killed anyone before? Gilder asked again, his tone much harsher this time. Many fell silent and Trifa spoke up again. Reporting to instructor, I've killed 2. Reporting to instructor, I've killed more than 10 pirates. Reporting to instructor, I've killed villains. Many people looked at Lu Yin waiting for him to speak. Lu Yin calmly answered. Reporting to instructor, I walked out of a planet's evolutionary trial. Many people were shocked, including Gilder. The evolutionary trial had been cruel, and the fact that Lu Yin had walked out was simple. He was a native, and it was shocking for a native to reach such a stage. Gilder looked at Lu Yin deeply before turning to the rest. I'm asking this question because I want to know if you'll be able to kill your companions if you're forced to do so. Instructor, why do we have to kill our companions? Someone asked. His name was Feng Tao and he was from the Tempest Flow Zone. The Tempest Flow Zone was only a small one, but it had strong winds all year round, and the environment there was very harsh. Gilder answered, because you're often faced with 2 choices. 1. Kill your companions, and 2. Let your companions be eaten by astral beasts. Tell me your choices. Everyone fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That's right, this was a battlefield with astral beasts, so it was normal to be eaten. Reporting to instructor, I can let my companions die happily, Silver said with a smile, his words chilling the hearts of many. It was only then that they remembered that there was a top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament here, as well as a homicidal maniac. Silver had killed more people than the other 2 combined during the Astral 3 Challengers, and his domain was terrifying, even though they had no idea what a domain was. The first day of training passed peacefully. When it was over, Lu Yin walked around the base. The defenses were very stable, but the soldiers were still patrolling every corner of the base, especially the dark corners. Nowhere was safe, that was what the captain had told him. You're Lu Yin, one of the Astral Combat Academy's top 4? Let's have a match. The man called Trifer appeared in front of him and looked at him provocatively. A group of people had gathered behind him, all of them from the previous batch of recruits. Most of them were curiously sizing up Lu Yin. Why? Lu Yin asked. Trifa clenched his fists. Everyone says that the Astral Combat Academy is the best academy in the universe. I want to see just how strong you are. Didn't you guys watch the Astral Combat Tournament? What can you see through the screen? Especially since some of them were able to determine the winner just by standing still. What a joke. I think the Astral Combat Tournament is more like a show put on by your Astral Combat Academy, Trifa said proudly. Many people behind him nodded in agreement. Lu Yin was speechless. These people didn't even know what a domain was, which meant that they probably didn't have a deep understanding of battle force. But then again, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone paid more attention to tamed beasts, and there were very few people like Quang Wang who could raise his battle force to 3 lines. Furthermore, Quang Wang was from the Divine Grade Hall. This guy probably couldn't even enter the first grade hall. Not interested. Lu Yin turned to leave. Trifa frowned. Since you're looking down on me, I'll show you my strength. He then rolled up his sleeves and a strange fish tattoo on his arm came to life. It suddenly soared into the air and opened its mouth to release a sharp aura at Lu Yin. Lu Yin tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. Just as he was about to attack, a scream attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked to the north and saw a group of soldiers being corroded and reduced to a puddle of blood. The alarm in the base blared loudly as a giant crack appeared in the sky. Countless one-legged birds flew out, causing a large amount of rain to fall. Trifa's pupils shrank. Not good. It's a beast attack. It's a one-legged bird that can summon extremely corrosive rain. At the same time, countless rays of light shot into the sky as all of the base's weapons were activated, instantly killing countless one-legged birds. Countless one-legged birds continued to fly out from the spatial crack. Suddenly, a strange tadpole-like creature wrapped in metal stretched out from the spatial crack and viciously smashed into the void. The void rippled and then collapsed. An angry roar came from within the base. Void Wanderer. Kill it first. Void Wanderers were a very strange type of astral beast. They didn't have much attack power, but they had the innate ability to tear through space. They were the best way for astral beasts to launch surprise attacks. Most astral beasts would use Void Wanderers to open a path for them, but as long as they were killed, the spatial crack would quickly close. It wasn't just one Void Wanderer that was attacking the base. Spatial cracks were being torn open in all directions, and besides the one-legged birds, countless other strange astral beasts were also rushing out. These were not astral beasts but rather beasts controlled by astral beasts. They were basically cannon fodder. Trifa and the rest didn't have the time to provoke Lu Yin as they were surrounded by enemies. Lu Yin hadn't expected to be attacked on his first day on planet Conan. This was a very strange feeling. He raised a hand and used the 90 forms of the Sky Beast Claw to attack the void. Wrapped in battle force, he crushed the void and killed a Void Wanderer. Trifa was almost scared to death when he saw this scene. A melder that could tear through the void was not someone he could match up to. What he saw on the screen was completely different from what he saw in real life. He had originally thought that the Astral Combat Tournament was fake, as how could there be so many youths who could tear through the void? It was too exaggerated. But now he knew that it was King real. At that moment, a silver radiance flashed through the void not too far away. One Void Wanderer after another fell to the ground and was sliced in half. Everyone was shocked. This was Silver and his attacks were clean and efficient. Tearing through the void was not difficult for him. Gilder was also shocked. This time his superiors had really assigned him an incredible person. There were a few Limiters in the base but very few of them could tear through the void. However, there weren't that many Void Wanderers attacking the base, and almost half of them were quickly eliminated by Silver. At first, the astral beasts did not react in time, but when they discovered Silver, they immediately tried to stop him. Several astral beasts emerged from the void and attacked Silver. They were all giant beasts with powerful defenses, and even with Silver's strength he found it difficult to break through their defenses. Lu Yin grabbed a Void Wanderer and slammed it into the ground. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm that caused the void to tremble 100 meters in front of him. Several Void Wanderers were blasted away and instantly destroyed by a beam of light. There was a strange shriek as a giant praying mantis charged out from underground. It brandished 9 giant blades and slashed through the void, destroying many weapons. Trifa and the rest happened to be not too far away from this astral beast, and it glanced at them with disdain before swinging its blades at them. Gilder roared and unsheathed his blade to block the attack. There was a thump as the ground cracked and a shockwave swept out. Trifa and the rest were all blown away and they all spat out blood. Gilder was pressed into the ground, his face pale. Although he was a peak Limiter, he was still a very ordinary cultivator. It was very difficult for him to block an astral beast that was also a Limiter, especially one that was relatively intelligent. When it saw that Gilder had blocked its attack, the astral beast raised 3 of its giant blades and swung them down. A crack appeared in the void, indicating that this astral beast was comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. Gilder could only watch as the giant blades descended, unable to block them. At that moment, Lu Yin used flash to appear in front of Gilder and grabbed one of the giant blades. He snapped it with a thump and then swept his hand across, breaking the other blades at the same time. He then exerted some strength in his palm and crushed the blade before throwing the fragments at the astral beast. The astral beast quickly retreated as it stared at Lu Yin with apprehension. Star energy surged from its body as the 4 blades that had been crippled regrew. They were not man-made weapons. Rather, they had grown out of the beast's body. "Human, you're very strong," the astral beast said without moving its mouth. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he was about to speak when Gilder whispered from behind him, "It's stalling for time so that more astral beasts can emerge from the void." Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he had forgotten that this was a battlefield. He covered his entire body with 4-lined battle force and instantly appeared in front of the astral beast. 9 stacks 15-fold shockwave palm. The astral beast let out a terrifying shriek as it raised its 9 giant blades and slashed at Lu Yin. At the same time, the void split open as a few more Limiters emerged to fight against Lu Yin. Boom! The ground trembled as a giant crack split the base in 2. The void surged as a terrifying shockwave swept out. Lu Yin's palm had crushed several astral beasts to pieces and even caused the void to tremble, killing a few void wanderers. There were no space-exploring powerhouses in this base, so Lu Yin was the strongest. He did not doubt this at all. The might of his palm was enough to make everyone's scalps go numb, and it immediately attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Trifa and the rest were stunned speechless. This palm strike made them think that they had just seen an explorer. Endless amounts of astral beasts filled the base. Technological weapons bombarded the base and soldiers went out to battle. The entire battlefield was filled with flesh and blood. Although Lu Yin was strong and had killed as many void wanderers as he could, he was still unable to stop the tide of battle. The astral beasts that filled the mountains were not something that he could deal with by himself, and the strongest person in this base was only comparable to an area master from the Astral Combat Academy. Astral beasts and soldiers mixed together on the battlefield, and even if Lu Yin had powerful battle techniques, he was unable to display them for fear of affecting the soldiers. At this moment, a warship arrived above the base and blasted the ground with beams of light, aiming at the battlefield where there were no soldiers. One by one, soldiers descended from the warship to reinforce the battlefield. At the same time, several more warships appeared. Suddenly, a giant crack appeared in the sky as a giant hoof wrapped in metal stretched out from the void and smashed into a warship, causing it to explode and shake the void. Chapter 233. How dare you, Zitai? There was a furious roar as the void was torn apart. A man charged into the void where the giant hoof had been, followed by a shocking shockwave. This was a battle between space-exploring powerhouses. Densely packed black dots fell from the sky. They were all soldiers, and there were even some familiar faces among them. The war front was led by the top 4, and as one of the top 4, it was impossible for Lu Yin to bring only silver. The other top 32 students had yet to arrive, but 3 of them had already arrived: Chao Ji, Lu Yin, and an area master named Tasha. Those who had made it to the top 32 were all area masters, especially Chao Ji and Lu Yin, who both had the strength of student leaders. Their participation in the battle had greatly increased the casualties of the beast army. Chao Ji's 4-line battle force and Lu Yin's soundless realm were great killing machines, and their attacks had killed countless beasts. Tasha was not weak either. She was an area master and could rank in the top 5 of any academy. She could easily kill a group of Limiters. With the reinforcements from the army and the void wanderers being killed by Lu Yin's group, the number of beasts decreased. Finally, a shockwave swept through the sky and the base was crushed. An incomparably large beast walked out of the void and tore through the void to leave. This battle had come to an end. The beasts could not escape, and without the void wanderers they could only fight to the death. The ground was dyed red with blood, and both humans and beasts seemed insignificant in this bloody grindstone. This was not Lu Yin's first time encountering a battlefield. The planet's evolutionary trial had been a battlefield, but this was his first time at the war front. When that space-exploring beast had escaped, the shockwave it had released had crushed at least 100 soldiers. This was the war front, a battlefield where strength and luck were equally important. The soldiers calmly cleaned up the battlefield, showing no fear, unease, or even sorrow. They knew that sooner or later, they would also be reduced to a puddle of blood and be absorbed into this land. This was also the first time Trypha and the rest had faced such a battle, and they had almost died. Even veterans like Gilder had almost died. The most dazzling performance in this battle was Lu Yin's group. It could be said that without them this battle would not have ended. There were too few powerhouses in the base who could kill Void Wanderers, and most of those powerhouses had been targeted. This was an organized attack, and Lu Yin's group could be considered a surprise attack. Gilder had Lu Yin's group return to the barracks to rest while he cleaned up the battlefield. Lu Yin and the rest did not return. Since they were already here, they were the most ordinary soldiers, and they followed the others to clean up the battlefield. Countless incomplete corpses needed to be cremated. They belonged to humans, exotic beasts, and even the remains of some technological weapons. "Please, I'm begging you. Kill me, kill me." A weak voice cried out. Lu Yin and the rest looked over and saw a young soldier with only half his body left, wailing in pain. Many people around him were at a loss and could only stare at him blankly. Gilder walked over and killed the soldier with a single slash. His gaze swept across the crowd as he said, "Remember, this is a battlefield and there's no way for him to survive. Only death can release him." The battlefield was very quiet. Everyone was quietly doing their own things. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a silver butterfly appeared. The butterfly blade slashed across the front of a recruit named Maggie, drawing a smear of blood onto the metal wall. Inside the wall, the head of an exotic beast fell down. It couldn't be more dead. Many people were horrified. If it weren't for Silver, Maggie would have died. Thank you, Maggie said, her face pale. Silver beamed. "It's nothing." Not far away, Feng Tao stared at Silver in shock. This was the strength of a top student from the Astral Combat Academy. He had also seen the beast and wanted to help, but the battle had ended before he could do anything. If he had fought with Silver, the result would have been the same. He would have been killed before he could even make a move. The Astral Combat Academy was truly filled with monsters. Half a day later, a new layer of dust covered the ground. The blood was buried in the same way as when Lu Yin and the rest had first arrived, and as time passed the blood would turn black. Within the barracks, many soldiers were busy repairing the base as they were already used to this. Gilder gathered all the new recruits and had them patrol the base. Lu Yin was the captain of the patrol team. Half a day later, a warship arrived, bringing with it a person who shocked the base and even planet Conan. It was Lu Xiaoqiu, the sword sect's top genius. Lu Yin was astonished as he had never expected Lu Xiaoqiu to appear on planet Conan. When he saw Lu Xiaoqiu, the base's highest commander immediately stepped forward to welcome him. This was a sign of respect for the sword sect, which controlled the first flow zone and was an absolute behemoth of the Innerverse. A significant portion of the Allied army's powerhouses were from the sword sect, and any sword sect disciple would receive such treatment, let alone Lu Xiaoqiu. Although Lu Xiaoqiu was treated courteously, nothing else changed. He was still assigned to be Lu Yin's subordinate, starting from the bottom. Lu Xiaoqiu himself was not arrogant, and he was very calm when he saw Lu Yin. Trypha and the rest did not dare to provoke Lu Yin. The previous battle had taught them what it meant to be a monster. Now they were curiously sizing up Lu Xiaoqiu. The 13 Swords' reputation was too intimidating, and they wanted to experience it for themselves. However, Lu Xiaoqiu completely ignored them, minding his own business as the most ordinary soldier. Not long after Lu Xiaoqiu's arrival, 2 more Astral Combat Academy students arrived, Xue Luyun and an area master called Lank. There were a total of 8 Astral Combat Academy students, led by the top 4. Each team had 8 people, so there was a total of 32 people. Lu Yin did not know where Xiao Luo and the rest had gone, but his team was not simple. There were 5 people with Realm Master's power level, which was simply astonishing. The 8 Astral Combat Academy students, along with Trypha and the other new recruits, formed a new team led by Lu Yin to patrol the base. The first day was uneventful. The second day was also uneventful. On the third day, while the new team was patrolling outside the base, they were ambushed by an underground astral beast. One of the recruits died and Lu Yin was punished by Gilder. Lu Yin himself felt very uncomfortable, as he really had not sensed the presence of the astral beasts. These beasts were too strange and they had disguised themselves as rocks. They were cold and lifeless and none of them had sensed them. This had led to the death of one of the new recruits. This incident made Lu Yin even more vigilant towards the battlefield. Even Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest became much more cautious. Over the course of 7 days, Lu Yin and the rest gradually adapted to military life, and they also began to understand the temperament of this army. No one knew how many bases there were on planet Conan and only the highest commander knew. This was to prevent the astral beasts from ambushing them and more importantly, to prevent them from taking root on planet Conan. Many of the bases were hidden very deeply. Sometimes a group of astral beasts would land, and the base would coincidentally discover them and exterminate them with superweapons. There were many such cases, so the number and location of the bases were kept a secret. However, Lu Yin's base had already been exposed, and Gilder had not appeared for the past few days. He was probably thinking about moving out of the base. However, before they could take any action, another large-scale attack appeared. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, extending into the distance. The soldiers in the base were all dumbfounded. The scale of this attack was much larger than the previous one. Attack! Exterminate the Void Wanderers! A shrill cry rang out and the entire base began to tremble. An incomparably large mutant beast charged out of the void, crushing the base's command center with a single stomp. Everyone, including Gilder, was crushed into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The base was gone. At the same time, countless astral beasts descended from the sky, and the cruelest battle began. Lu Xiaoqiu was the first to attack and he immediately unleashed his second sword. Endless sword chi covered the base and swept upwards, tearing through the void. Nearly 100 Void Wanderers were instantly killed, shocking countless onlookers. Chao Ji used her monsoon to sweep through the sky, and she also instantly killed dozens of Void Wanderers. Lu Yin opened his mouth and a visible sound wave exploded high in the sky, exploding in all directions. Shui Luyun, Silver, Lank, Tasha and the rest all attacked. This wave of attacks exceeded everyone's expectations and even the astral beasts. They had originally planned to overwhelm this base with numbers, but they had been stopped by these Astral Combat Academy students, and nearly half of the Void Wanderers had been killed. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, the ground suddenly trembled as an enormous pressure descended. High up in the sky, another giant hoof covered in metal appeared. This time, everyone could clearly see the beast's appearance. It was clearly a giant bull that had been magnified countless times. A pair of bell-like eyes stared downwards as it let out a maniacal laugh. "You're very lucky, human genius. Die." It then pressed down with its iron hoof. All of the soldiers in the base paled. Only explorers could withstand an attack from an explorer. It was all over. Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest raised their heads and were about to attack. They had the strength to challenge those above their realms, but they might not necessarily be an opponent. He had long since wanted to face an explorer. Exploring the universe was a qualitative change that not only affected one's strength, but also one's body. Once one broke through to the explorer realm, a human's body would undergo changes. Their cells, meridians, blood, heart, and so on would all undergo changes that would allow them to better adapt to the universe. Lu Yin wanted to see just how big of a gap there was between himself and that qualitative change. If a Lemiter could really challenge an explorer, then they would truly be considered an absolute genius. In midair, 5-lined battle force erupted from Lu Yin's body, and purple lines covered his entire body. Dark golden lines adorned the void, illuminating the base as well as the astral beast's giant eyes. A human with 5-line battle force? The astral beast was astonished. In the next moment, Lu Yin's serious palms slammed into the iron hoof. The void froze for a moment and then a strong wind swept through the void. It spread out in a circular fashion, shattering the void and sweeping into the distance. Many of the Void Wanderers who had been torn into the void were directly crushed into pools of blood. 9 explosions rang out and 9 shockwaves rippled through the void, causing a dark luster to appear. The 9-star Serious Palm was Lu Yin's strongest attack, and it was comparable to the 9 stacks 17-fold shockwave palm. More importantly, the Serious Palm did not burden him at all, and he could even use the 9 stars to absorb star energy to replenish his energy. The circulation of the Sirius technique allowed him to clearly see all changes in star energy, which was his strongest ability. When the ninth star exploded, Lu Yin was sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the ground. Zitai was also sent flying backwards as its attack had been deflected back. Chapter 234. Countless people watched on in a daze. Only the 10 arbiters had ever defeated an explorer with the strength of a melder. At this moment even Lu Xiaoqiu and the others were shocked. Although Lu Xiaoqiu had heavily injured an explorer before, that had been with the special power of the third sword. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had fought a space-exploring astral beast with his bare hands. Underground, Lu Yin stood up and shook his right arm. It hurt, but it also felt great. He now had a clear understanding of his own defense, and it was now comparable to an explorer's with a powerful physical body. This was the peak of his strength. The student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy could challenge explorers with their peak kilometer power levels, but that also depended on their opponents. Zitai was not something that they could defeat. Lu Yin was deeply moved, as this beast's defenses were enough to render Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords useless, with the exception of attacks like the third sword. High up in the sky, Zitai was shocked. It was no ordinary explorer realm astral beast, but there was actually a melder who was able to block it. At this moment, its giant magnet eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. "You're the top freak of the human race. You're too lucky. Die." It then pressed down with its entire body, intending to crush everyone in the base. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and just as he was about to attack again, the void rippled. "Zitai, it's you again." Zitai didn't even look back, and he ignored the explorer as he ruthlessly charged towards the base. As long as he could kill Lu Yin's group, even if he died, it would be worth it. He had never heard of a melder fighting against an explorer, and such a freak had to be eliminated. Below them, Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest attacked. Lu Yin, Shui Luyun, Chaoji, and the rest all attacked at the same time, especially Lu Xiaoqiu. His third slash caused Zitai to feel dizzy, and it unconsciously slowed down for a moment. Coincidentally, it was blocked by the explorer, and the two explorers once again clashed in midair. At the same time, outside of planet Conan, a gigantic flaming beast walked out of the void. Across from it, a figure walked out as well. "Tan Gang Fire Beast, are you trying to start a war?" the figure asked. He was the protector of the right 37 stars, Hunter Chuao. On the other side, the star energy around the Tan Gang Fire Beast's body trembled as it spoke. "Human, retreat outside the Astral River. With the Astral River as our boundary, we will not offend each other. Otherwise this war will never end." Chu Ao frowned. "The Allied forces have crossed the Astral River for so many years. What ability do you have to drive us away? If you want to fight, then fight." As soon as he finished speaking, flames engulfed planet Conan as the hunters began their battle. A hunter had a power level of over 100,000, and their every action was enough to cause the heavens to tremble. This was especially true since the battlefield was so close to planet Conan, which had a significant impact on the planet. Within the base, Lu Yin and the rest received orders to retreat 5,000 kilometers to the north. They left without hesitation. A series of explosions rang out in the sky as scorching heat waves pressed down on planet Conan, causing the temperature to rise. Tasha looked up with a shocked expression. "There's an extremely strong battle that's affecting planet Conan. It should be a cruiser or even a hunter." Lu Yin frowned. Why did it have to be planet Conan? He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. This was not the first day that this base had been exposed, but it had already suffered 2 large-scale attacks in the past few days. There was also that Zitai. Why had it chosen to attack this base, and why had the extreme powerhouses chosen to fight outside of planet Conan? There were so many planets out there, but planet Conan had been chosen. It was as if an invisible hand had been manipulating everything. There were nearly 50,000 soldiers in the base, and about 30,000 of them had fled with Lu Yin's group. The rest had either been scattered or killed. Although the initial large-scale attacks had been destroyed by Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest, a considerable number of astral beasts had still emerged. In the distance, more void wanderers had appeared. This did not seem like a surprise attack, but rather a decisive battle that had been planned for a long time. High up in the sky, Zitai and the explorers were battling. In the distance, warships appeared one after another, Reinforcements had arrived. Everything in the sky and on the ground had been turned into a battlefield, and there were even powerhouses fighting outside the planet. Lu Yin and the rest felt like they were trapped in a furnace and could die at any moment. In the north, dozens of spatial tiers appeared. Lu Yin and the rest reacted quickly and immediately attacked. Most of the Void Wanderers were instantly killed, but several spatial tiers still opened up, and all sorts of strange astral beasts rushed out to intercept them. A flaming bird flew out of the void and stared at Lu Yin and the rest. It charged over with excitement as it would gain a great merit if it could kill these people. It would be able to obtain a large amount of resources to upgrade itself. It was a student of the Astral Beast Domain's Spiritual Academy, and as long as it could obtain enough resources to upgrade itself, it might even be able to rival the strongest powerhouses in the academy. The Spiritual Academy was the Astral Beast Domain's top academy, and it was modeled after the Astral Combat Academy. However, unlike the Astral Combat Academy, it was not split into 10 academies, but rather integrated all of them together. The Spiritual Academy students were all very gifted astral beasts, and they looked down on the Astral Combat Academy, believing that its students were too weak. This was because the Astral Combat Academy students had either graduated or been expelled from the Astral Beast domain. The Spiritual Academy students, on the other hand, were often on the battlefield, and they subconsciously felt superior. Die, you Astral Combat Academy students. The flaming bird's star energy shook the air as it cried out excitedly. It swept towards Lu Yin and the rest, and even some astral beasts were unaffected. Before Lu Yin could even react, Lu Xiaoqia raised his sword and slashed out. This was the first sword of the 13 swords, and it had the power to kill Quang Wang. Quang Wang was the current leader of Astral 5 and the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. In terms of status, he was equivalent to the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master. The flaming bird was just one of the experts under Academy Master Hua Yishou, and it was far weaker than the Academy Master. It was killed before it could even react. It wasn't just the flaming bird. Many of the more powerful astral beasts targeted Lu Yin and the rest, but they were all easily slaughtered. This battle lasted for 3 hours and corpses stretched from the base to the north. Tens of thousands of soldiers had died, and the number of astral beast corpses was uncountable. The stench of blood permeated the land, and even the air turned slightly redder. Blood flowed down the yellowed ground and seeped into the cracks in the ground. The scattered astral beasts fled in all directions. Howls of anguish filled the air. Lu Yin was forced to kill a pained soldier. The soldier only had half of his body left, and he was begging Lu Yin to kill him. During the planet's evolutionary trial, Lu Yin had killed quite a few people, but they were all people that he felt deserved to be killed. This soldier was the first person he had killed that he respected, and he had killed him in order to free him. The explorer who had blocked Zitai was the planet's guardian, Nappa. He had been severely injured during the battle, but fortunately he had endured the pain and forced Zitai to retreat. Lu Yin and the rest boarded a warship and arrived at the base 5,000 kilometers to the north. 5,000 kilometers wasn't too far, and with their speed they could reach it in no time. This base was also the closest to the previous one, and the reinforcements had come from this base. Lu Yin and the rest were arranged to stay in the barracks, but other arrangements had not yet been confirmed. The destruction of a base was no small matter, and they had to record everything that they had seen and heard and hand it over to their superiors. Lu Yin had recorded a theory in his notes, which was that the astral beast had attacked them because the flaming bird had said, "Go to hell, you students of the Astral Combat Academy." How did it know that they were from the Astral Combat Academy, and why was it targeting them? It wasn't just the flaming bird. Other astral beasts that were far more powerful than their peers were also targeting them. This matter was not simple, and Lu Yin had even written down that there was a spy who was providing information to the humans. However, after thinking about it, he crossed it out. He wasn't qualified to make such a guess, and if someone wanted to mess with him, a single word of division and unity would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Lu Yin exhaled and rubbed his forehead. It had only been a few days since they had arrived at the war front, but they had already encountered 2 large-scale attacks that hadn't even given them a chance to breathe. Gilder, the strict instructor, had also died. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, Lu Yin still respected him greatly. It was rare for a veteran to be able to survive for several years at the war front, and this was a treasure to the humans. However, he had died so miserably that he hadn't even had time to react. Lu Yin was beginning to understand what the captain had told him. Countless geniuses and elites had died at the warfront not only because of strength but also because of luck. In this battle many of the recruits had died. Among them Ku Yao, who had come with Trifa, had died. Maggie had also died. She had not been able to escape her fate of death. This time Silver had not been able to save her. Lu Yin had only learned of their deaths after the battle. This battle had taken so many lives. On the other side of the humans' defensive line, the Tangang fire beast's body surged with flames. Why did so many of the Spiritual Academy's students die? How am I going to explain this to them? Are those Astral Combat Academy students really that strong? Let's invite Ghost Monkey to battle. I want to know who's stronger between the Academy Master and those students. In a short 3 days the sky was once again filled with cracks. Another large-scale attack had begun. Lu Yin and the others walked out of the barracks and looked up at the sky in shock. Something was wrong, and there was definitely something wrong. This was a massacre targeted at them, and their identities had been exposed. The Astral Combat Academy was one of the top academies in the human domain, and they were the ones who had made it into the top 32 of the Astral Combat Tournament. These people would not be something that an explorer like Nappa could compare to in the future. To the Astral Beast domain these people were a great enemy, and they would rather sacrifice some to eliminate them. Lu Yin in particular had also made it into the top 4 and had grasped 5-line battle force as a melder. He was publicly recognized as one of the 10 arbiters candidates. An alarm rang through the sky, and Nappa immediately appeared in an attempt to exterminate the Void Wanderers. However, he was stopped by Zitai. This giant astral beast tore through the void and forced Nappa back while also pressing down on the base. Underground, a giant beam of light shot towards Zitai and forced it back slightly. This was a weapon that could threaten an explorer, but Zitai's defenses were too strong, and Nappa could not do anything to it. The weapon could only push the beast away, but this gave Lu Yin and the others a chance to catch their breaths. They all distanced themselves from the barracks and avoided Zitai's attack while simultaneously attacking the void. Spatial cracks spread out, and even though many people had taken action to exterminate some of the Void Wanderers, there were simply too many of them, and they were definitely not any less than the previous large-scale attack. There were even larger Void Wanderers that tore through the void and released countless astral beasts. Chapter 235. Lu Yin and the rest were trapped in a sea of astral beasts. This base had originally had tens of thousands of soldiers, and with the soldiers that had escaped from the previous base, there were nearly 80,000 of them. However, they were nothing compared to the horde of astral beasts. These astral beasts were individually stronger than many of the soldiers, and their defenses were strong as well. Without any weapons to hold them back, the army was quickly defeated. One after another, warships took to the skies and bombarded the ground with their weapons. At this point, they no longer cared about whether or not their attacks would affect the soldiers, as they focused on the areas with the most astral beasts. These warships were not equipped with weapons that could threaten explorers, but even so the weapons they carried were enough to instantly kill a Lemiter. Very quickly the bombardment of weapons caused many soldiers to die, but they also managed to slightly suppress the astral beasts. Lu Yin and the rest dealt a considerable amount of damage to the astral beasts, especially Lu Xiaoqiu. His sword was originally a killing weapon, and each of his strikes tore a bloody path through the astral beasts, which attracted the attention of the others. Suddenly, several warships in the sky exploded as an invisible attack destroyed all of them. High up in the sky, Zitai and Nappa were fighting. Aside from the explorers, the strongest people on the battlefield were Lu Yin's group. However, there was now an additional astral beast hiding in the shadows. There was an academy in the astral beast domain called the Spiritual Academy, and the strongest students were ranked according to the size of their territory. 5 astral beasts were the strongest, and they dominated the Spiritual Academy. The Ghost Monkey was one of them. Lu Yin and the rest did not know that an astral beast that could rival a realm master from the Astral Combat Academy had joined the battle. It was only when Chaoji was heavily injured that her 4-line battle force had been shattered and she had almost died, that the Ghost Monkey was exposed. As expected of an elite human. "You actually survived my attack," the Ghost Monkey said coldly as it hid in the shadows. Chao Ji's gaze was cold and a gray current swept out in all directions, corroding everything in its path. Even Shui Luyun, who was closest to her, avoided it. The ghost monkey was caught off guard and was swept by the wind, revealing its tracks. Chao Ji's gaze was icy as her four-lined battle force covered her body once more and she struck out with a palm. The ghost monkey was a short monkey with a terrifying face and sharp fangs that glowed a dark red. When it saw Chao Ji's attack, it did not retreat and instead struck out with a claw. The palm and claw collided and the ground caved in. Shockwaves swept out in all directions, clearing out the surrounding 100 meters. Chao Ji and Ghost Monkey retreated at the same time. The difference was that Chao Ji had been pushed back, and her palm was dripping with blood, while Ghost Monkey seemed to have borrowed the momentum to hide in the shadows once more. In this battle, Chao Ji was at a disadvantage. Lu Yin watched from afar and he was surprised by the monkey's strength. However, that was all he could do as the monkey had been targeted by the Lu Xiaoqiu. The monkey hid in the shadows. He had already gauged the strength of this group of students, and he believed that as long as he hid in the shadows and ambushed them, he would be able to deal with them one by one. He had done the same in the spiritual academy, and he was the weakest out of the 5 academy masters. However, he was also the most difficult to find because of his innate gift. Suddenly, the monkey felt his scalp go numb. He looked up at the sky and his expression changed drastically. The sky was filled with sword chi. What was this? The second sword of the 13 swords had its own domain. It ignored speed and cut through the void. The attack range could extend infinitely. As long as Lu Xiaoqiu was willing, he could even unleash an attack that covered the entire battlefield. Even though the monkey had hidden in the shadows, he was most afraid of this sort of attack that covered a large area. Generally speaking, the more scattered an attack was, the weaker it would be. However, this did not apply to the 13 swords. The boundless sword chi that seemed to cover the entire area contained a shocking amount of power. The monkey fled at top speed, but he was still unable to completely avoid the boundless sword chi. Everything within a kilometer was covered and the void shattered. The ground was destroyed and the herd of astral beasts was reduced to a puddle of blood. Fortunately, there were no soldiers around or else no one besides Lu Yin would have been able to withstand this attack. This sword even attracted the attention of Zitai, who was high up in the sky. Its large eyes excitedly scanned the area. As expected, this was a peerless genius of the human race and it had to kill them all. Smoke and dust filled the sky as countless astral beasts stared at the destroyed ground in fear. They did not dare to approach it. Occasionally, sword chi would sweep through the void and easily kill melders. This was the first time that Lu Yin had faced the second sword in the real world, and it was even more shocking than when he had been in the Life-Seek realm. If he had used the fourth sword in his previous battle with the Lu Xiaoqiu, then it would have been hard to say who would have won, even if he had 5-line battle force. There was a loud boom and everyone looked up to see another giant crack in the sky. Nappa's pupils shrank. Another explorer realm astral beast. Zitai roared excitedly and viciously smashed one of its hooves into Nappa's abdomen, smashing him into the ground. At the same time, it smashed its other hoof into the void, drawing out the explorer realm astral beasts that had come to reinforce Nappa. The 2 explorers released terrifying auras as they stared at Lu Yin and the others. In the next moment, both beasts pressed down. Lu Yin's entire body went cold and he clenched his fists tightly. He was going to go all out. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes were cold and he gripped his sword tightly. An indescribably terrifying fluctuation faintly swept through the area. This energy was not unfamiliar to him. It was the fourth sword. Silver was still smiling, but his smile was very sinister. Even Lu Yin felt that things were not looking good for him against 2 explorer realm astral beasts. At that moment, a red arrow pierced through the void and shot towards Zitai. The beast was shocked and hurriedly dodged, but it was unable to dodge this arrow as even the void had been frozen. The red arrow pierced through Zitai's body and continued onward without any resistance. It did not slow down at all as it continued shooting into outer space. This scene shocked everyone. Nappa had been helpless against Zitai, but it had still been pierced through by an arrow. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with excitement. A red lotus arrow. He knew who had come. It was the Red Lotus Witch Bao Mira. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy, so he knew how terrifying the Astral Combat Academy was. Mira was a graduate of Astral 6 who had once competed with Dao Bo, proving that she had the power of a realm master. She had long since broken through to the explorer realm, and her strength was comparable to a cruiser's. She might even surpass him. This woman was someone on the top 100 rankings. In the distant sky, a charming figure appeared. She walked barefoot through the void and her long white hair flowed down to her ankles. There was a short tuft of hair on her forehead and she looked very cute. Just like the last time Lu Yin had seen her, she was wearing a cool summer dress that revealed her sparkling skin. There was a faint smile on her face, and she held the red lotus bough in her hand as she slowly approached. When Nappa saw Mira, he relaxed and laid down on the ground waiting for rescue. Zitai endured the intense pain. The red lotus witch bow from the top 100 rankings. Retreat. The other astral beast fled much faster than Zitai, and the moment it saw Mira, it tore through the void in an attempt to escape. Mira's lips curled up and her pure and beautiful face became slightly cold. She raised her red lotus witch bow and shot out a second arrow. The second arrow was even faster than the first, and just like the first, it froze the void, preventing Zitai and the other astral beast from escaping. In the end, the two astral beasts had to work together to neutralize the arrow. Red Lotus Witchbow, we've lost this battle. We're still explorers and it's 2 against 1. Don't fight recklessly. Zitai bellowed as blood dripped from its huge body. The other astral beast glared fiercely at Mira as if it wanted to fight to the death. Mira disdainfully replied, "Fight to the death? I like it." She then shot out a third arrow. The battle between the 3 explorers in the sky attracted the attention of countless people on the ground. Even the horde of astral beasts paused and looked up at the sky. Underground, the ghost monkey was panting heavily as many wounds had appeared on its body from the sword chi. However, its physical body was strong enough to rival 4-lined battle force, so this attack was not enough to kill it. It looked up and saw that Zitai and the others were about to be unable to hold on for much longer. The ghost monkey's eyes turned ferocious as it knew that it was time to leave. However, this battle could not end here. It would be too humiliating if the Spiritual Academy's Academy Master could not even kill a single student from the Astral Combat Academy. The ghost monkey then looked up and ignored Lu Xiaoqiu and Chao Ji, as those 2 would not be easy to defeat. Only Lu Yin remained. This person was the furthest away and his aura was the weakest, so he should be the weakest. Lu Yin was watching the intense battle in the sky when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. The ghost monkey had peeked out from the shadows and was swiping at him with a claw. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with his own palm as well, also using 4-line battle force. The monkey was shocked, but it did not care. However, when it collided with Lu Yin's attack, it realized that there were differences between different 4-line battle forces. Chao Ji's 4-line battle force was about the same as the monkey's physical body, but Lu Yin's 4-line battle force made the monkey feel as if it could not be shaken. With just a single palm, the monkey was once again pressed into the ground. At the same time, it also suffered the 9 stacks, causing the monkey to spit out a mouthful of blood. This person was even more terrifying. Lu Yin was amused as this fellow had almost been killed by Lu Xiaoqiu. Instead of running away, it had even dared to attack Lu Yin. Still, the ghost monkey's strength was not bad, and it was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. However, the ghost monkey could not be blamed. To many astral beasts, humans were only differentiated by height, weight, and weight. They could not tell anything else apart from that. To them, everyone looked the same, just like how humans looked at astral beasts. They could not tell who was who, and the ghost monkey was one of them. At this moment, the ghost monkey had already guessed Lu Yin's identity. He was the most powerful student of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was also a freak who had made it into the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. "Get out here!" Lu Yin barked as he grabbed at the ghost monkey. At such a close distance, anyone below the Explorer realm would not be able to escape. Lu Yin did not dare to say that he was invincible against anyone below the Explorer realm, but he was close enough. The ghost monkey glared at Lu Yin ferociously before suddenly grinning, revealing its fangs. "Human, consider yourself unlucky." It then pulled something out from the cosmic ring on its claw and viciously swatted it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin focused on the item and his pupils shrank. His brain felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. It was a piece of skin with strange characters written on it. It was these characters that made him feel as if he had been punched in the head. At the same time, in outer space outside the human's defensive line, a pair of eyes opened on a giant asteroid that seemed to be able to swallow the void. This aura. Is it here? Lu Yin was caught off guard by the attack, and the ghost monkey took advantage of the opportunity to pull out a void wanderer. It tore through the void, grabbed Lu Yin and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds and the battle in the sky was still intense. Lu Xiaoqiu and the rest were distracted by the battle and did not pay attention to Lu Yin at all. No one had expected that the ghost monkey who had been suppressed by Lu Xiaoqiu would be able to defeat Lu Yin. However, that was exactly what had happened and Lu Yin had been captured by the ghost monkey. By the time everyone reacted, all they saw was an empty ground. Chapter 236. Lu Yin was only struck once, but he quickly regained his senses and suddenly attacked from within the darkness of the void. The monkey had originally wanted to capture Lu Yin and take him to the astral beast domain, but Lu Yin had suddenly attacked him. The two of them fell out of the void at the same time, crashing into the ruins of an abandoned tribe. The two crashed to the ground and separated at the same time. The monkey was shocked. How did you wake up so easily? Even explorers aren't that fast. Lu Yin casually crushed the void wanderer to death. Humans could not use such beasts, so it was better to destroy them to prevent the monkey from escaping. The monkey's eyes widened. Human, you're courting death. It then took out the same piece of skin and slapped it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he also took out a piece of skin and slapped it at the monkey. He had just recalled that he had a similar piece of skin that he had obtained from rolling his die. His skin was also much larger than the monkey's. The monkey had not expected Lu Yin to have a piece of skin as well, and it shrieked in shock. It could not believe what it was seeing and Lu Yin viciously slammed it into the ground. Shut up. How can you have something like that? Impossible. This belongs to our domain. How can a human have it? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned, grabbed the monkey's skin and tossed it into his cosmic ring. This thing could not be looked at as even looking at it would affect him. What is this? Lu Yin asked. The monkey ignored him and continued to mumble to itself in disbelief. Impossible. How can a human have it? Lu Yin stepped on the monkey, causing it to spit out blood again. Speak. What is this? The monkey shrieked and glared at Lu Yin. Human, don't even think about getting any information from me. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Then you can die. He then pressed down with his palm, causing the monkey's hair to stand on end. Human, do you really want to kill me? No one will tell you where this thing comes from. In the entire astral beast domain, only the absolute powerhouses know where this thing comes from. You won't be able to get any information from them. Lu Yin's voice was icy. Since you won't tell me, then there's no point in keeping you alive. Wait. I can tell you something. The monkey shrieked and looked at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin sneered. How do I know if you're telling the truth? I can swear it, the monkey hurriedly shouted. It's useless. Just this bit of information is of no use to me. Besides, you said that it's something from the astral beast domain. I can't just go there, can I? Lu Yin raised his hand again, and a heavy pressure descended upon the ghost monkey, causing him to shriek in fright. Human, don't make a mistake. This is related to progenitor Wuxiang. Progenitor Wuxiang? What ancestor Wuxiang? The monkey rolled his eyes. Progenitor Wuxiang is my ancestor and he's one of the most terrifying beings in the astral beast domain. It's rumored that as long as you gather all of the beast hides, you'll be able to find progenitor Wuxiang and obtain his inheritance. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Since he's your ancestor, why would he need to collect all the animal skins? You don't know where your ancestor is? There are too many people in my ghost monkey clan, and I'm only from a side branch. I only managed to obtain this small one by chance, the monkey immediately replied. How strong is your progenitor Wuxiang? Lu Yin asked curiously. The monkey hurriedly replied, very strong. He can swallow the sun, the moon and the stars. He can even tear apart the astral river with a wave of his hand. It's rumored that his body is indestructible, and he can even form a continent for countless people to live in. Rumor has it that as long as he obtains progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance, his power level will immediately soar. Lu Yin laughed. Well said. Very smooth and logical. It's a pity that I don't believe you. You said too much. Die. He then slammed his hand down. Human. The monkey shrieked, but he still could not escape his fate of being slapped to death by Lu Yin. Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the monkey's corpse. Most of what the monkey had said was false, but progenitor Wuxiang's existence was real. It would not dare to lie when its life was on the line, and it would definitely try its best to tell the truth to attract Lu Yin's attention. However, the rest of the rumors were definitely false. Since Lu Yin was not confident that he could obtain the truth from the monkey, then he would just forget about it. Lu Yin did not believe that he would have the luck to go to the astral beast domain and obtain progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance. He was not the son of the universe. He glanced at the monkey's corpse one more time and then looked around. He checked his gadget, but there was no signal. Perhaps the battle outside of planet Conan had caused a huge change in the surrounding environment, but his gadget couldn't receive any information, and he couldn't even locate his current location. Perhaps this place wasn't even on planet Conan. Lu Yin turned around to leave as he needed to confirm his location as soon as possible. As he walked, he suddenly felt that something was amiss and frowned. He took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring and activated the art of Sirius. He suddenly turned around and saw a shadow wriggling underground. You really aren't dead. This is your original body. Lu Yin grabbed at the shadow. The shadow shrieked, Humans, spare me. Spare me. This really is progenitor Wuxiang's item. I can tell you where his tomb is, so don't kill me. You're too cunning. Sorry, but you must die. Lu Yin was about to attack. The shadow twisted, and just as Lu Yin was about to attack, it suddenly spread from his palm to his arm. Lu Yin felt a burning sensation on his arm as if he had been scalded. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to be scalded, let alone someone he had defeated before. He hurriedly pulled up his sleeve and saw a strange monkey tattoo on his arm. It was very cute. What was that? Human, I'm your tamed beast now. You can't kill me. The monkey's voice sounded in Lu Yin's mind, causing him to be shocked. Tamed beast? What do you mean? I once killed a cultivator from the human domain's beast tamer's flow zone and obtained a tamed beast technique. Now I've transformed myself into a tamed beast and branded myself on your body. My life is now in your hands, so you can relax. I'll tell you a lot of information, the monkey said helplessly. Lu Yin looked at the tattoo on his arm in shock. Was that even possible? He had always been curious about the beast tamer's flow zone's techniques. Kuang Wang had been able to tattoo such a large azure dragon on his body, and he had no idea how he had done it. He had never thought that he would have one as well. Tamed beast techniques should be for humans, right? I had no choice. You wanted to kill me, so I had to take a risk. Fortunately, I succeeded. Human, my injuries are too severe, so I'll rest first. I won't wake up for a while, but my life is now in your hands, so you can kill me if you want, the monkey said before falling silent. Lu Yin sighed, feeling rather conflicted. To kill or not to kill? After thinking about it, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He looked at the adorable monkey tattoo on his arm, and he had to admit that it was a pretty good tattoo. However, it was a little strange for a man to have a monkey tattoo. He also felt that it was a pity, as Kuang Wang's first move was an azure dragon that could shake the heavens and earth. What about himself? A monkey? What use was that? Fortunately, he had more than one tamed beast. Kuang Wang also had an emperor butterfly grass, so Lu Yin should be able to tame another mighty beast. He decided to take some time to visit the beast tamer's flow zone. After dealing with the monkey, it was time to find a way out. This was clearly an abandoned tribe, and if this was planet Conan, then its civilization should be very backward, and it should still be considered a primitive tribe. He followed the tribe's small path and looked around. The land was still desolate, and there were obvious signs of battle in front of him. There were also burn marks, which should have been cleaned up after the battle. This meant that this was one of the planets protected by the Human Alliance, and it might even be planet Conan. The monkey had only used the Void Wanderer for a short period of time. At this moment, a meteorite appeared outside the 37 protective planets to the right. The first aura is here and the second aura is over there. As the meteorite spoke, its eyes swept across the 37 planets before finally stopping on planet Conan. The second aura is clearly much stronger than the first. Perhaps there's more than one. The meteorite then fiercely shot forward. Suddenly there was a sigh. Brother Yao, please reconsider your actions. The meteorite suddenly stopped and a giant void thunder beast appeared. It then forcefully shrunk into a 2-meter-tall humanoid man who stared in front of him in shock. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to come. The void in front of him rippled and a young man walked out with a smile on his face. He held a scroll in his hand and wore white clothes with a folding fan at his waist. Brother Yao, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. I'm curious as to why a dignified 10 arbiters would appear at the border warfront. There doesn't seem to be any major battles here, the man said in a low voice. Xianxia smiled. If there isn't a major battle, then why is Brother Yao Gu a powerhouse on Skymander's list here? And why are you trying to barge into one of the protective planets? I'm curious. I heard that a human Astral Combat Academy student who inherited the 13 swords is here, and there's even someone who has 5-line battle force as a melder. Shouldn't we meet such a young elite? Yao Gu asked indifferently. Xianxia shook his head and placed his hands behind his back. As long as I'm here, they shouldn't. Yao Gu's eyes widened. Rumor has it that the 10 arbiters have never had a clear victor. I'm curious as to who's stronger between you and that firebird. Xianxia smiled. Of course he's stronger than I am. I'm just a scholar and I don't like fighting. Yao Gu stared at Xianxia but he did not say anything. Xianxia smiled back at him but he did not say anything either. The heavens seemed to freeze. In the distance, Shui Chuanxiao glanced at the screen, and the female adjutant behind him rejoiced. It's a good thing that the 10 arbiters arrived in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find a powerhouse to stop Yao Gu. Why did Yao Gu barge into the right 37 planets? Even those students from the Astral Combat Academy aren't worth it, Shui Chuanxiao muttered to himself, puzzled. Could it really be because of Lu Xiaoqiu? Rumor has it that Yao Gu was heavily injured by the 13 swords, the female adjutant guessed. Shui Chuanxiao shook his head. No, the Skymander's list and the 10 arbiters don't casually go to war. This is a tacit understanding. The battle from back then was in the past, and if it did, it would affect both star domains. It wouldn't be as simple as a border war. Right, how's the situation on planet Conan? Shui Chuanxiao asked. The female adjutant whispered, Mira killed 2 explorer beasts by herself and the situation is stable. However, Lu Yin has gone missing. Lu Yin has gone missing? Shui Chuanxiao was shocked. How did he go missing? I'm not sure. It seems like he was captured by an astral beast. Chapter 237. That's impossible. Astral beasts below the explorer realm wouldn't be able to capture him that easily. He's someone who's able to take on Z-Tai head-on, so he's qualified to be a war drummer. Where's his gadget? You can't find their location? Planet Conan has been embroiled in a series of battles, and all sorts of energies are mixed together. Gadgets are temporarily unusable. Shui Chuanxiao stared at the screen helplessly. After a while, Yao Gu left. He did not fight with Xianxia. The female adjutant heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yao Gu and Xianxia were both of the younger generation, their strength was too terrifying. Once they started fighting, the border defenses would be in trouble. If a few Skymander's list powerhouses and the 10 arbiters were involved as well, the border defenses would be even more difficult to defend. It was even possible that the previous defenses would be destroyed. Focus all of your efforts on finding Lu Yin. Also, don't let down your guard against those who are being controlled. I must find the location of that strange beast, Shui Chuanxiao said solemnly. Yes, Commander. Lu Yin's guess had not been wrong. He was indeed still on planet Conan, but he was too far away from his previous location. The Void Wanderer had been about to tear open a spatial crack that would lead to the Astral Beast domain, but it had been interrupted by Lu Yin. Although it had only been for an instant, it had still moved the Void Wanderer much further away from its original position. Planet Conan was thousands of times larger than Earth to begin with. Even if it was just a slight deviation, the distance between them would still be far greater than the diameter of Earth. Lu Yin walked through the desolate land, and there was not a single trace of green to be seen. Yellow sand filled the sky. From time to time, strange beasts would run past. Lu Yin did not know if they were native to planet Conan or if they had been brought here by the Void Wanderers. He looked at his gadget. The signal had not been restored yet, so it was difficult for him to determine his location. After an unknown amount of time, a spacecraft slowly traveled through the sky. Lu Yin was overjoyed, and just as he was about to take to the skies, a furious roar rang out. A giant beast leapt up from the ground and bit down on the spacecraft, tearing it apart at the waist. There was a violent explosion and many people inside died instantly. Lu Yin was infuriated and he raised a hand to slap the beast. The beast's body was huge, but it was only a meter, so it was instantly killed. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had been completely destroyed and there were no survivors inside. This was just a patrolling spaceship. It was small in size and had few people. Once it was attacked, it would be hard for it to survive. Lu Yin searched for a long time but still couldn't find a way to contact him. His luck was really bad as the spacecraft had been severely damaged. Although they could not find a human base, the appearance of such a spaceship proved that the base was not far away. The surrounding area was within the detection range of the base, and the army would soon arrive to investigate. Lu Yin had no intention of leaving, so he decided to wait by the wreckage. A day passed by quickly and Lu Yin found it strange. Logically speaking, if this place was within the detection range of the base, then the army should have detected him long ago. However, there was still no news. He looked around and remembered that the spacecraft had been heading west. He decided to try his luck. Not long after, he smelled the stench of blood. His expression changed and he immediately used flash to flash across the void, reappearing hundreds of kilometers away. Looking around, he saw that the ground was covered in the corpses of exotic beasts and human soldiers, but most of them were badly mutilated. His expression was ugly. A battle had just taken place here and the human army had been completely annihilated. The remaining mutated beasts had taken away some of the humans as food, while the footprints continued to head west. Intelligent mutated beasts wouldn't eat humans, while unintelligent mutated beasts would only eat the living. They wouldn't touch the dead. If someone was really taken away as food, those people would definitely still be alive. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and chased after the footprints. He wasn't a good person, but he couldn't just watch as his fellow humans were eaten by mutated beasts. If possible, he would save them. The messy footprints continued to head west. Many mutated beasts wouldn't leave after a fierce battle with the humans, as the humans would immediately destroy the Void Wanderers. Even if the beasts came, they wouldn't be able to escape. Only a few powerful mutated beasts could carry Void Wanderers with them and escape. The rest of the mutated beasts would wander around planet Conan and continue fighting with the humans. There were many mutated beasts roaming around planet Conan, and some of them had even banded together to attack the humans. The entire planet was a battlefield and the original life forms had long since been wiped out. The messy footprints continued until they reached the bottom of a yellow mountain. Lu Yin investigated and confirmed that the mutated beasts had left through the ground. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, the yellow mountain in front of him suddenly swayed. He turned around and saw a gigantic mutated beast that towered into the clouds. On the other side of this beast was a horde of countless mutated beasts, all of whom were staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine as countless mutated beasts stared at him. The gigantic beast that towered into the clouds swiped a claw at Lu Yin. This mutated beast was very large, and although it was only a meter, it was definitely not much easier to deal with than Zitai. Lu Yin's attacks had only dealt limited damage to it, and no matter how large the range of his attacks was, they had only scratched the beast's skin. Boom! The earth trembled as the beast roared. The sound waves shook the void, and the yellow earth distorted as countless amounts of soil condensed into a giant claw that swiped at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and covered himself with 5-lined battle force, causing a dark gold color to sweep through the sky. He used flash to appear in front of the beast and viciously struck out with a 9-stack 17-fold shockwave palm. This was one of his strongest attacks, and the combination of 9 stacks and 17-fold shockwave palm was terrifying. Although the beast was huge, its defenses weren't that terrifying, and Lu Yin's palm pierced right through its body. Strangely, this mutated beast didn't have any blood, and its body was completely formed from soil. Wait, so Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and looked towards the horde of mutated beasts. If he wasn't wrong, then this wasn't a mutated beast at all, but soil that had been formed by mutated beasts. Lu Yin had been shocked. How could such a huge mutated beast survive on planet Conan without being discovered? The giant mutated beast roared again and its huge body charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and used Serious Palm to open a path, directly piercing through the beast's body. He then used Flash to tear through the void and appear in the sky above the captured soldiers. The soldiers had already lost all hope, but when they saw Lu Yin appear they became excited. Lu Yin charged downwards, not using any battle techniques. Instead he purely used his 5-line battle force to strengthen his strength. A strong gale swept across the ground and crushed countless mutated beasts. The ground sank and Lu Yin's power level was too high. Unless it was a space-exploring astral beast, ordinary mutated beasts weren't his match at all. Just as Lu Yin was about to successfully rescue these people, he suddenly felt dizzy and his ears went deaf. An indescribably loud sound wave swept past him, coming from a palm-sized beast. At the same time, similar palm-sized beasts appeared from all directions, all of them emitting a strange sound wave at the same time. This sound wave was much stronger than Lu Yin's attack, and it was extremely penetrative. Blood trickled down from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth and his eyes turned red. His back had been struck and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of his palms struck out in front of him, destroying countless mutated beasts. Lu Yin fell to the ground and turned around in shock. This group of mutated beasts was not simple, and they were much stronger than the ones that had attacked the 2 bases. This strange beast that could only injure him had appeared. He had been one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and was someone who could compete for the championship. With 5-line battle force, even the 10 arbiters might not have been his match when they had been on the same level. Yet he had actually been injured by a group of mutated beasts. Many mutated beasts that Lu Yin had never seen before had appeared around him. There were very few of them, but their innate gifts were very strange. All of the mutated beasts that he had seen before were now trembling in fear. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists. Sirius circulated around his body and at that moment he saw an invisible attack. Or rather, an invisible mutated beast. Its body was small and thin, but the attack that had severely injured him had come from it. Bang! Lu Yin's fist collided with the invisible mutated beasts, causing the ground to shatter and the surrounding mutated beasts to retreat. Lu Yin took 1 step back while the invisible mutated beast retreated 7 steps. It stared at Lu Yin in shock as it had not expected Lu Yin to be able to see it. Or perhaps, it had not expected Lu Yin to be able to block its attack. What the hell? Lu Yin was astonished. An invisible astral beast that could block his 5-line battle force and an astral beast that could produce a sound wave that could cause him to faint had actually managed to heavily injure him. How could there be such powerful astral beasts on planet Conan? The combination of these 2 mutated beasts was enough to ambush an explorer. With his body injured, Lu Yin immediately took out a set of Melder armor and put it on. He also swallowed some medicine, but the invisible mutated beast had suddenly attacked. It clearly did not want to give Lu Yin a chance to heal himself. Lu Yin stood in place and did not move. The invisible mutated beast's claw reached into the range of Sirius's art, and Lu Yin saw its movements clearly. He gently dodged to the side and grabbed the beast's right claw with his right hand while his left pressed against its abdomen. Sirius' palm caused stars to appear as he pressed down with his right hand, causing the invisible beast's entire body to be pressed into the ground while simultaneously withstanding the might of Sirius' palm. Not everyone could withstand a 9-star Sirius palm, especially when it had been reinforced with 5-line battle force. Even though the invisible mutated beast's defenses were extremely strong, its abdomen had still been pierced through by the palm. It roared and the surrounding sound waves appeared once more. Lu Yin endured the intense pain in his head and struck the invisible beast's head again, shattering its skull. He then turned around and rushed into the giant mutated beast's body that had been formed from soil. There were countless mutated beasts outside and he was injured. There was no hope for him to save those people. Furthermore, those people had already been killed during his battle with the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were much more ruthless than he had imagined. He hid within the giant mutated beast's body and retracted his aura as he prepared to charge out of the beast horde. At that moment, the giant mutated beast's body melted, and the soil collapsed as it sank into the ground. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to charge out, the sky was torn apart by an invisible attack. He immediately paused as the sound waves were bombarding the sky one after another. If he charged out, he would definitely be struck by the sound waves, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to escape. This was not an attack that targeted his spiritual force, as the sound waves also affected his physical body and his brain. What should he do? Charge out? Or not? At that moment, Lu Yin touched something hard that had been exposed by the collapse of the soil. It was a giant carapace that had probably been shed by some mutated beast. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he turned around to hide within the carapace. He then retracted his aura, and when the soil had completely fallen to the ground, he took advantage of the rising dust to fling the carapace far away while he charged out in another direction. The sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye bombarded the void and directly shattered the carapace. Lu Yin then used flash to hide on the back of a living mutated beast. To be more precise, he hid within the beast's scales. This mutated beast was still alive, and its body emitted an unpleasant smell. Chapter 238. The palm-sized astral beasts did not give up after shattering the shells that Lu Yin had tossed out. They continued to bombard the area with their sound waves until the ground was reduced to dust. Lu Yin breathed in the pungent air as he stared at the palm-sized astral beasts. Although they were small, their sound waves were even stronger than Lu Yin's. It had to be said that these astral beasts had great innate gifts. It was no wonder that they had been able to fight against humans for so long. However, these astral beasts were too strange. They hadn't even been used to attack the base, but now they had appeared here. There was definitely something strange going on. Powerful astral beasts were no less intelligent than humans, and Lu Yin had often heard this saying over the many days he had spent in the military camp. It wasn't just the human army that had missions but the astral beasts as well. At this moment he could sense that this group of astral beasts was not ordinary. Could they be on some sort of mission? He couldn't be blamed for thinking that way, as it was rare for a group of astral beasts to be able to trap him without an explorer realm astral beast. This group of astral beasts would have attacked the base in an instant, but it seemed like they were intentionally avoiding the base. Either they were trying to ally with other astral beasts to attack a certain area, or they were on some sort of special mission. After the palm-sized astral beasts bombarded the base, Lu Yin could have left, but after some thought he decided against it. If there really was a special mission, he might be able to contribute. Although he was a student and had only come here to train, he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity if he could contribute, even if he had to pay a small price, such as enduring this stench. Not long after, the astral beast horde began to move westward again. This huge group of astral beasts didn't run on the ground, but instead controlled the soil to carry them away as if they were riding on a vehicle. They didn't leave behind any footprints. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. The astral beast had noticed that he had followed the footprints, so it had deliberately used this method to move without being discovered. Half a day later, the astral beast horde stopped moving. The astral beast that Lu Yin had been hiding in and the others all walked towards the center. The group of astral beasts spread out in an orderly manner, assuming a defensive stance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he stared at the center. There was a person there, but he couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. He was just lying on the ground, and beside him was a strange, earthworm-like astral beast. Its body was covered in dancing threads, and under Lu Yin's watchful gaze, a thread was inserted into that person's brain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his scalp went numb. After a while, all the threads disappeared from the person's brain. The person lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes and stood up numbly. He calmly walked out of the group of exotic beasts. The exotic beasts didn't stop him at all. After walking out of the group of exotic beasts, the person's eyes gradually regained clarity. There was even a trace of a smile on his face as he flew away. That person couldn't have been manipulated, right? After that person left, the group of beasts returned to their original state. The earthworm-like beast was protected in the center, but fortunately the beast that Lu Yin was hiding in wasn't too far away, so he could clearly see it. 2. At the same time, Xianxia's headache grew. Commander, another warship has been destroyed. More than 2,500 soldiers have been sacrificed, Enya reported in a low voice. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. We can't wait any longer. More and more people are being controlled. If we wait any longer, then one day even this spacecraft of mine will be destroyed. Enya hesitated. Do we really have to use that method? There are less than 20 people in the Border Alliance who are qualified to do such a thing. If any of them were to meet with an accident, it would be a huge loss. Give the order. Gather those people. Start from the central defense of the 100 stars and search for them one by one. Send a request for reinforcements to the erudite flow zone, Shui Chuanxiao said resolutely. Enya acknowledged the order. Right, aren't the students from the Astral Combat Academy here as well? There are quite a few of them who can do such a thing. Have them join us. Shui Chuanxiao suddenly thought of something. Enya was put in a difficult position. This mission is too dangerous. Even if we find the beast horde that is protecting the Xianxia, it will be difficult for the students to break through with their strength. Last time we found the astral beast domain's twin freaks in a beast horde. If they work together, even an explorer would have to be careful. The students are in too much danger. Shui Chuanxiao waved a hand. I know, but there's no other way. Go, the border's safety is the most important thing. Carry out the orders. Enya nodded helplessly and turned to leave. Not long after, Lu Xiaoqiu, Silver, Shui Luyun, and Lu Yin received orders to head to planet Songyuan, one of the central defense planets, to carry out the mission. The four were shocked as they were only students. Although they were strong, there were still powerhouses in the Border Alliance who were comparable to them. Although those people had long since surpassed the younger generation and their strength was growing very slowly, their battle power was not weak and they had plenty of experience. When had it ever been their turn to carry out a mission? Furthermore, what about Chao Ji, Tasha and rank? In terms of true power, Chao Ji was definitely not weak. The only thing the four of them had in common was that they had all comprehended a domain. Shui Chuanxiao's mission was simple. Gather all the soldiers who had comprehended a domain and have them infiltrate the beast horde to search for a beast called the Xianxia that could control humans. There were too many beast hordes on the defensive planets, and it was impossible for the army to wipe them all out. Only by sending people to infiltrate the Xianxia and find its weakness would they be able to form a targeted defense. This mission was rather dangerous. The beasts were not stupid and the ones protecting the Xianxia were definitely powerhouses. Shui Chuanxiao and the rest did not know that Lu Yin was currently the closest to the Xianxia, and he had actually found its weakness. No, it wasn't a weakness but rather a natural instinct. Every living thing had its own natural instincts, just like how humans were born with the ability to adapt to any complex environment and use tools. Beasts were the same, they lived in groups or by themselves. Lu Yin guessed that the earthworm-like beast that could control humans lived alone and did not want to meet its own kind. Every time its head glowed, the beast horde's direction would change. Although it had only changed 3 times over the past few days, that did not stop Lu Yin from guessing. Either it was something that disgusted it, a human base or its own kind. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for its glowing head. The most likely explanation was that it was a human base or its own kind. After a few more days of observation, Lu Yin made a decision. He had already gotten used to the pungent gas, and even if he did not use the invisible aura technique, he might not be exposed as his body was covered in that smell. Erudite flow zone's borders had more than 100 planets lined up in a straight line. They were divided into left, right, and center, and there were 37 planets on each side. Only the center was protected by 100 planets, and planet Songyuan was the largest of them all. It was also the planet closest to Shui Chuanxiao. So far, the army had discovered that thousands of humans had been controlled. Almost every planet on the border had been found to have been controlled, and there were quite a few of them as well. Shui Chuanxiao had been forced to make a decision and gather all the powerhouses who had comprehended a domain to complete this mission. Domains were extremely difficult to comprehend, and even a top-notch institution like the Astral Combat Academy did not have many people who could comprehend one, let alone the entire universe. The chances were quite low, and there were only about 20 domain experts under the Explorer realm in the entire erudite flow zone's border allied army, which was already a lot. On planet Songyuan, within a burning forest, Lu Xiaoqiu was hiding in a tree trunk that only had its bark left. He watched as a huge beast horde ran past him, and he suddenly moved to hide inside a beast's body. He frowned as the smell was too pungent. Elsewhere, Shui Luyun had also found a beast horde and hidden inside. It was not difficult for a domain expert to do this, as a domain could change one's aura and perfectly blend with the environment. Only extremely intelligent beasts would be able to discover one's presence, as other beasts would not be able to. Back then Zhou Xian had also used this ability to sit on the backs of ants without being discovered. Lu Yin was still searching for the beast horde. As for Silver, there were countless corpses floating beneath his feet. The beast horde trembled and fled into the distance. What a headache. Lu Yin actually went missing. Is he really that person's descendant? Or was the Zishan bloodline just an illusion from start to finish? Silver muttered to himself as he stepped through the blood and walked into the distance. On planet Conan, Lu Yin hid for 10 days. During that time, the beast horde had changed directions 5 times. Each time, the beast horde would begin to move as soon as the creature's head lit up. There were also 2 times when the beast horde did not move, and the creature's head would gradually dim. This made Lu Yin certain that the reason for the beast horde's change of direction was not because of a branch base, but because it was one of his own kind. As Lu Yin was contemplating whether or not to continue hiding, beams of light bombarded the ground. The beast horde had been discovered by the army. Enormous sound waves converged and swept across the sky, colliding with the beams of light high up in the sky. The formless shockwaves distorted the void. In the sky, numerous warships continuously fired beams of light. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he suddenly acted. He appeared directly behind the earthworm-like creature and waved his hand, instantly killing it. Its defenses were very weak and this agitated the palm-sized beasts. They gave up on the sky and focused on attacking Lu Yin. Lu Yin destroyed the earthworm-like creature and found the reason for the light from its corpse. It was a round ball which should be the creature's brain. Countless sound waves bombarded him and Lu Yin sneered. After so many days he could clearly see the changes in these sound waves and he constantly used flash to avoid them. The earth-shattering sound waves only destroyed a portion of the beasts, but they did not harm him at all. This was how powerful the serious art was. No matter how strong an opponent was, as long as he had enough time he could analyze and counter them. The warships in the sky continued to bombard the ground, but they avoided Lu Yin's location. Not long after, Lu Yin used flash in conjunction with the serious palm to slaughter the palm-sized beasts. He then soared into the sky and faced the warships. A person walked out of one of the ships and looked at Lu Yin solemnly. "Who are you?" "Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin." The person was shocked. "You're Lu Yin? Didn't you go missing?" Lu Yin smiled. "I'm back now." The person looked at Lu Yin in bewilderment, and then at the ground as if hesitating about something. Lu Yin was puzzled but he did not say anything. He just watched silently. Not long after, the person said, "You killed the Xianxia?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's a Xianxia?" "A beast that can control humans," the person replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Yin. It was obvious that he also suspected that Lu Yin had been controlled. Chapter 239. Lu Yin nodded. "That thing is called a Xianxia?" "That's right, I killed him." The man didn't completely believe Lu Yin, as the person being controlled would do many things to earn the trust of the army. He couldn't be sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth, but he didn't dare to take responsibility for it. "Get on the ship. I'll take you to see Lord Chuao." The guardian of the 37th planet on the right was Chuao, a hunter. Lu Yin still remembered that Chuao had battled with the Tangang fire beast in outer space, which had disrupted the entire planet Conan. Even now the signal had yet to recover. Lu Yin boarded the ship and many of the soldiers moved to other ships. They were on high alert against him. Lu Yin did not mind and he just stood in the corridor and watched the ground grow smaller and smaller. He was still on planet Conan. No one bothered with him along the way, but he wasn't in a hurry. An hour later the spacecraft landed in a giant warship in the sky. This was where Chuao was. On the other side of the humans, in the dark void, black, white and red flames intertwined, burning the starry sky. It was more dazzling than the stars. In the middle of the 3-colored flames, there was a huge beast. It was the soaring Flame Emperor who was directly facing the human border. The flying Flame Emperor was surrounded by a group of powerful space beasts. They roared from time to time, twisting the void. All of a sudden the void was torn apart, which alerted all the giant starry sky beasts. Yao Gu walked out of the void and stood quietly in front of Soaring Blaze Emperor. "Soaring Blaze Emperor, can we talk?" Soaring Flame Emperor's tricolored flames erupted. It is the honor of the Desolate Beast Alliance to receive an invitation from a powerhouse on Skymander's list. Yao Gu's eyes narrowed. It's not the Desolate Beast Alliance. This time I just want to talk to the Soaring Flame Emperor. Yao Gu, it was the Desolate Beast Alliance who agreed to let you come to our borders. What do you want now? The Soaring Flame Emperor was displeased. I don't want to do anything. I'm just here to give Soaring Flame Emperor some good fortune, said Yao Gu. His voice didn't spread out. Instead, it directly entered Soaring Flame Emperor's ears. After a while, the three-colored flames disappeared, revealing Soaring Flame Emperor's enormous body. What did you say? Are you really willing to help my Flying Flame clan rise in the rankings? That will depend on your sincerity, Flying Flame Emperor. I wonder how far you can go with my promise, said Yao Gu. After a while, the Soaring Flame Emperor's loud voice reverberated in the air. It's been a long time since I've had a decisive battle with the Human Alliance. It's time for another round. Amidst the darkness of space, Lu Yin met Chu Ao in a giant warship. He did not know if all the people from the erudite flow zone were the same, but they all had a scholarly aura that gave off a gentle feeling. Chu Ao was the guardian of the 37 stars on the right, but he was still able to maintain his temperament in such a chaotic battlefield, which surprised Lu Yin. Are you Lu Yin? Chu Ao's voice was gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Soldier Lu Yin of planet Conan reporting to the protectors. Chu Ao nodded in satisfaction as he sized up Lu Yin. Like many others, he felt that the students of the Astral Combat Academy might be arrogant. After all, these students came from various powers. Even if Lu Yin was from a fringe weave of the Outerverse and was a prince in his own country, he might not be able to adapt to the military quickly. However, Chu Ao was still very satisfied with Lu Yin's performance. The first two bases had been attacked and he had also seen the battle scenes. Generally speaking, this batch of Astral Combat Academy students had performed quite well, especially Lu Yin. He had actually been able to force back Zitai, an explorer, which was quite astonishing. Tell me what you've encountered during this time, Chu Ao said. Lu Yin recounted his experiences from beginning to end. Aside from the part about the monkey, he only mentioned that the monkey had been killed by him. He did not mention anything about progenitor Wuxiang or any other inheritances. He focused on his experience of hiding among the astral beasts, especially the two types of astral beasts that he had encountered. The more Chu Ao listened, the heavier his expression became as he sized up Lu Yin. The astral beasts that can turn invisible are called Yin Guai, and the ones that can produce sound waves are called Cry Guai. These are the names we give to these two beasts. They are known as the astral beast domain's twin freaks, and when they work together they can sweep aside powerhouses of the same level. However, the twin freaks rarely appear, and they have appeared this time to protect the Xianxia. Chu Ao then stared at Lu Yin. Give me proof that you are not being controlled by the Xianxia, or you will be isolated. Lu Yin opened his hand to reveal the sphere on top of the Xianxia's head. Has the protectors seen this before? Chu Ao took it and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Where did it come from? It grew from the top of the Xianxia's head. I noticed that whenever this thing glows, the Xianxia would leave that area. While I was hiding, the astral beasts protecting the Xianxia migrated 5 times. I'm guessing that it might be related to other Xianxia, Lu Yin said seriously. Chu Ao was shocked. You mean to say that the Xianxia can sense each other because of this thing? Lu Yin nodded. That's just my guess. I still need to test it out. Do as he says. A voice sounded from behind Lu Yin. Came from a screen, and on it was a dignified man. It was the commander of the Astral Beast Domain's Border Alliance, Shui Chuanshao. Lu Yin turned around and immediately bowed when he saw Shui Chuanshao. Greetings, Commander. Soldier Lu Yin from planet Conan. Shui Chuanshao nodded. If the experiment is successful, you will be credited with the greatest merit. With that, the screen turned off. On the other side, Chu Ao immediately ordered someone to take the sphere to planet Conan in a warship and search every inch of the planet. While hiding among the astral beasts, Lu Yin had encountered a total of 5 migrations, which meant that there were quite a few Xianxia hiding on planet Conan. The Xianxia is a very unique astral beast that has only appeared in recent years. The people it controls are conscious and have complete memories. They are no different from before, and even the person themselves doesn't know that they are being controlled. All of their actions are affected by the Xing Chu Ao said seriously. It seemed like he was talking to Lu Yin, but it was also possible that he was talking to himself. Lu Yin did not interrupt. Because of the people being controlled, the death toll has increased by 30%, and the equipment has been damaged as well, Chu Ao said. He then looked at Lu Yin and suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the border. What do you think of Chu Feng's strength? Lu Yin was stunned. Very strong. Chu Ao laughed. Strong? He didn't even make it into the top 16. He's still far from Han Chong. Is Chu Feng your junior? Lu Yin asked. Yes, he's a descendant of the Chu family. There was a moment of silence. Lu Yin felt that Chu Ao was very friendly towards him, and there was also Han Chong. During the astral combat tournament, Han Chong had looked at him with a friendly gaze. Could it be related to his surname? The erudite Flow Zone was said to have the most primeval surnames in the entire universe, but all of them had hidden themselves. Could the Chu family be one of them? Lu Yin, what about your family? Chu Ao suddenly asked as he stared calmly into space. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although Chu Ao's back was facing him, he could feel that the man was paying attention to him. I have no family. I'm an orphan, Lu Yin replied. Chu Ao asked, Are you from the Great Yu Empire's King Zishan bloodline? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. Why is your surname Lu? Chu Ao suddenly turned around and shouted. Lu Yin's mind buzzed and his mind was shaken. His body suddenly went limp, and he felt as if he had returned to Drift Charge Planet, to the moment when he had recited the Stonewall scriptures. The pressure that had caused him to faint appeared once again. This was the pressure of a hunter. If this had happened before Drift Charge Planet, Lu Yin would have definitely lost his ability to think and become muddle-headed. However, reciting the Stonewall scriptures had allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity. I don't know. I feel like my surname should be Lu, Lu Yin unconsciously replied as he bent over in pain. Chu Ao frowned and looked at Lu Yin, but he didn't say anything else. Lu Yin shook his head vigorously and panted heavily. He looked at Chu Ao in confusion. Protector Yu? Chu Ao raised his hand to stop him and said, Forget what happened just now. Forget your answer. Lu Yin nodded, still panting heavily. If Chu Ao's pressure had been any stronger, he would have fainted. This pressure had surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword, and it had been directed at him for the sake of the Lu surname. Actually, Lu Yin himself didn't know why his surname was Lu. When he had been rescued by his family, everyone had told him that his name was Lu Yin, and it felt like he should be called Lu Yin. He didn't feel any repulsion towards this name at all. The Lu surname had brought disaster to himself and his family, but he didn't regret having this name. Not long after, news arrived that the experiment had been a success. Although the sphere had been separated from the Xing Ao, it still glowed. The warship had successfully exterminated a group of astral beasts and obtained another sphere. Chu Ao was delighted and he immediately ordered an explorer to personally search for the Xing Ao. Neither the Xing Ao nor the astral beasts protecting it were explorers, which was why they could hide on various planets and cause headaches. However, because of Lu Yin's discovery, these astral beasts could no longer hide. This was a great contribution to the border. The border wasn't just a region, but rather the entire human race. Any border's contribution was enough to be recorded in history. Lu Yin, well done. Chu Ao patted Lu Yin's shoulder in praise. Lu Yin sighed. Luck. Chu Ao smiled. Sometimes, luck is more important than strength on the battlefield. You're a blessing. Not too far away, a screen appeared and Shui Chuanshao looked at Lu Yin with admiration. However, before he could speak, the warship shook violently, causing the screen to dissipate. Bang, bang, bang. The entire warship's metal cracked and a terrifying shockwave swept out. The void distorted as if the entire universe was being torn apart. Chu Ao's expression changed. Not good, it's Yao Gu. The next moment, the clear sound of someone reading a book could be heard. Lu Yin's entire body went numb, and he felt as if the world was collapsing. He didn't even hear Chu Ao's cry of alarm. His ears were ringing and all he saw was a huge crack in the warship. In outer space, when Sanxi's figure appeared. Brother Yao Gu, please reconsider your actions. When Sanxi, this is a decisive battle. Let's see if you can stop me. Yao Gu's thunderous voice was accompanied by an explosion in the void. In the depths of outer space, dozens of enormous beasts stepped through the void, all of them void-roaming beasts. Lu Yin was stunned. A decisive battle? Chu Ao shouted, "Warship, descend on planet Conan. The explorers will battle in outer space. The war has begun." The warship shook and then charged towards planet Conan. Chapter 240. Lu Yin stood in place and watched the grand battle in outer space. This was a battle on another level and he couldn't even see it clearly. Erudite Flowzone's defensive line was also in an all-out battle. Countless astral beasts tore through the void along with the void wanderers and arrived from every planet. There was an endless number of them and it was impossible to count their numbers. Many warships were instantly destroyed and countless beams of light bombarded the horde of astral beasts. In just a short moment, countless lives had been lost. Xianxia's expression turned ugly as he couldn't understand why the soaring flamer emperor had suddenly decided to fight. A tricolored flame descended. And Yu was shocked. "Commander, it's the soaring flamer emperor." Xianxia snorted and stepped out of the void. "Soaring flamer emperor, why did you suddenly decide to fight? Do border wars need a reason?" The soaring flamer emperor's loud voice echoed throughout the heavens. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. "Then prepare to drown. You think you have what it takes." In the next second the entire void began to burn. Before the pleasant surprise of being rewarded could end, the final battle had already begun. Chu Ao's warship landed directly above planet Conan's command center, which was also where the most intense battle was taking place. The sky was filled with astral beasts and countless spatial cracks extended into the distance. Beams of light filled the sky as the beasts roared. Lu Yin walked out of the warship and was greeted by an astral beast that had burrowed out of the ground to bite him. He casually swatted it to death and the entire battlefield was filled with blood and dust. Countless strange innate gifts and battle techniques had been unleashed, and both human soldiers and astral beasts had gone berserk from the slaughter. In this battlefield there was no fair competition, there was only slaughter. Lu Yin quickly joined the fray, as he was second only to the explorers on this battlefield. The explorers' battlefield was in outer space and in this battlefield he was invincible. Countless astral beasts were killed by Lu Yin, and he didn't even need to use five-line battle force or battle techniques. Just his physical strength alone was enough to dominate the battlefield. The astral beasts weren't powerhouses, but they couldn't stop Lu Yin at all. All the planets were facing a decisive battle. Command centers, subbases and so on were quickly destroyed one after another. Compared to humans there were simply too many mutated beasts. Moreover, their attacking methods were strange. Even after countless years humans were still unable to fully count the species of mutated beasts because they were also evolving. On planet Songyun within the withered and burning forest, Lu Xiaoqiu killed the Yin Guai with a single sword strike. A large chunk of flesh was torn off his left arm, and in the next second, many palm-sized Yin Guai let out a sound wave that swept out. Lu Xiaoqiu's eyes widened as he slashed out with his sword. This was the third sword strike and it was formless and traceless. With one sword strike, all of the Yin Guai were knocked unconscious, and he himself was also hit by the sound wave, suffering heavy injuries. Even Lu Yin found it difficult to withstand the sound waves, let alone Lu Xiaoqiu. However, compared to the number of sound monsters attacking Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoqiu had faced nearly half of them. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Without the two monsters, this group of exotic beasts was no match for Lu Xiaoqiu. He quickly took out the orb on top of the Xing'ao's head. He had just received news that there was a way to find the Xing'ao, and this method had actually been discovered by Lu Yin. Although Lu Xiaoqiu had lost the astral combat tournament, he was not satisfied with his loss. Lu Yin had been immune to the third strike due to his constitution, but he had not been able to use the fourth strike. It was as if his hands and feet had been tied during the battle and it was very sullen. He had originally planned to surpass Lu Yin at the border war front, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would still be one step ahead of him. Lu Xiaoqiu gripped the orb tightly with a resolute gaze. He was not satisfied as this invisible competition had to continue. Furthermore, he still had an agreement with Lu Yin to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. Elsewhere, far away from Lu Xiaoqiu, There was a turbid and boiling sea that was filled with a strange liquid that could corrode any creature. On the shore of the sea, Silver slowly walked as he looked up at the sky and felt the temperature rise. He had not expected to encounter such a rare decisive battle at the border, but this trip had not been in vain. As for Luyin, he was still fine. Shui Luyun and Luyin were also on planet Songyun, and they were both powerhouses who had comprehended domains. Chao Ji and the others were still in a base on planet Conan fighting against a group of beasts. Boom. There was a loud boom that sounded like a tsunami that swept through the heavens. This was the sound of war drums, and it had traveled from one planet to another. Another boom followed as the sound of war drums echoed from one planet after another, forming a single line. On the battlefield, the human soldiers heard the war drums and felt an indescribable surge of emotions. A formless power surged out from them, and the beasts howled in pain when they heard the war drums. The more war drums sounded, the more damage they would suffer. At Planet Conan's command center, Luyin felt as if he was looking at the hot blood of his ancestors as a formless power flowed through him. This was the spirit of humanity's inheritance, and it was stimulated by the war drums. It would never stop. Battle force covered Luyin's body as he soared into the sky and pressed down with a palm. 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm caused the battlefield to collapse as a giant palm print crushed countless beasts. Roar. Several angry roars rang out as strange beasts attacked Luyin. They were all limiters, and some had extreme speed, some had powerful attacks, and some even had powerful defenses. There were a total of 5 beasts that joined forces to suppress Luyin. Luyin's gaze turned cold, and the sound of the war drums had ignited his passion. He unleashed 5 serious palms in a row, crushing the beasts. Blood splattered across the ground, shocking countless people. At that moment, the command center was suddenly disconnected as a colossal creature walked out of the void. Luyin had never seen it before, but a cry of alarm came from his right arm. Void Thunder Beast! Run! It was the ghost monkey's voice. Luyin was shocked. You've awakened? Cut the crap and run. This is a Void Thunder Beast, and any adult Void Thunder Beast has the power of an explorer. This one is already very close to that level, so don't fight it head-on. The monkey hurriedly urged. Unfortunately, it was too late as the command center had been destroyed. The Void Thunder Beast stared at Luyin and attacked with a claw. It was clearly very far away, but it seemed to pierce through the void and arrive right in front of Luyin. Luyin's expression changed. What a powerful aura. It was definitely not inferior to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Bang. Shockwaves swept out in all directions and everything within a kilometer was crushed. All living creatures were repelled, forming a barren land. Luyin and the Void Thunder Beast clashed, causing the void to collapse. Why is there a Void Thunder Beast here? There are less than 10,000 of them in the entire Astral Beast domain, but it's actually here at the border? Did it follow Yaogu here? The monkey muttered in confusion. Luyin was shocked. What did you just say? Yaogu? That's right, Yaogu. He's a member of Skymander's list, and he's a super powerhouse of the younger generation who can rival your 10 arbiters. Luyin's expression changed. Oh, Yaogu. He remembered that he had obtained a black Mavis bank card with the words Yaogu engraved on it. It couldn't be this beast, right? There was a roar, and the Void Thunder Beast seemed to have locked onto Luyin. Its enormous body suddenly vanished as it tore through the void. The monkey cried out, "Why is it targeting you? Run. There's no point in fighting it. Even if you win, you won't be able to kill it, but if you lose, you're dead. This thing is unreasonable." Luyin frowned. This Void Thunder Beast couldn't be targeting him because of that crystal card, could it? He didn't have the time to look for that card right now. When he saw the Void Thunder Beast swipe at him again, Luyin was enraged. 5-lined battle force erupted from his body and distorted the void. He raised a palm and used Sirius's palm, causing stars to appear. There was a loud rumble and the Void Thunder Beast howled in agony. Its claws had been broken by Sirius's palm. Luyin leaped up and appeared above the Void Thunder Beast's head. He slammed down with his palm again, intending to deal with this beast. "Human, I'll remember you. You have the aura of my clan on you." The Void Thunder Beast roared and spat out a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. Its entire body then vanished. Luyin's palm missed and shattered the ground. What's going on? Luyin was shocked. How could such a huge beast just vanish? That's a void thunder beast ranked third on the celestial beast list. Forget about you, even a Lemmeter void thunder beast would have a hard time catching one, the monkey said enviously. Lu Yin wanted to ask more about Yao Gu, but the outer walls of the command center crumbled to reveal a tall platform. There was a war drum atop the platform, and below it were two giant war hammers. One was black and the other was gray. Planet Conan's war drummer Lu Yin. A loud voice rang out across the battlefield. Lu Yin was stunned. He was a war drummer? Lu Yin, carry out the order. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used flash to appear in front of the war drum. He could feel the iron will of his predecessors as he grabbed the black war hammer. It was very heavy and there was a strange baleful aura that attacked his brain. It was the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword and Chueo's voice attack. This baleful aura was enough to tear apart one's spiritual force. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the war drums from the human border protection planets formed a single line, and more war drums joined in to form a sound wave that spread throughout the vast expanse of space. Not only did it affect the astral beasts on the planet, but it even affected the heavens. In space not far from planet Conan, Yao Gu and Xianxia stood across from each other. The space around them had been torn apart, and strange characters had bound Yao Gu like chains. Yao Gu waved a hand and an extremely dark void crack extended out. It tore through the chains of characters and descended in front of Xianxia. Xianxia sighed. What's the point? The next moment the dark void crack in front of him vanished. Yao Gu frowned. You're even more annoying than that undying bird. Xianxia smiled. Brother Yao Gu, you should think twice before you act. This final battle is a loss for us, but it's also a loss for you. It doesn't matter. I'll just treat this as training. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the human domain if I defeat one of the 10 arbiters today. Yao Gu raised his head and the surface of his body began to change. He had originally used star energy to forcefully transform his body into a human form, but now he had transformed into a void thunder beast. Xianxia sighed again and his gaze turned cold. The Wen family's legacy has been passed down since ancient times. Let me use the Wen family's inherited battle techniques and the literary prison that has inherited the style of the ancient scholars to bury you in space. How arrogant! Even you humans don't dare to claim that you can bury me. Yao Gu roared and an invisible wave spread out, shattering all of the chains of characters and distorting space itself. The enormous power caused the weather of the planet to change. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.